the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Their brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay! Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. The curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood!
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet. No different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill. reap. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. Become me.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Under her brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay. Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
Merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The abyss bows to no one. These wretched spawns reek of its corruption. Your sovereign has a god to kill. celebration. I come to crush my enemies. I reap. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. Become me.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Under her brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay. Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
Merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The abyss bows to no one. These wretched spawns reek of its corruption.
MENA Season 8 for Mobile Legends! We will see hosts Yasmino and Seven Last.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أعزائي المشاهدين، أعزائي الحضور، أهلا بكم في ليلة هتكون من أمتع الليالي هنا في مصر، ولأول مرة سنشاهد بطولة MPL MENA الموسم الخامس.
وعلى مدار 6 أسابيع من المواجهات والمنافسة بين الفريقين اللي هنشوفهم ممكن نقول ديجافو الموسم الماضي والموسم الحاضر، سيناريوهات كتيرة وأقاويل كتيرة، ولكن أخيرا الجراند فينالي هنشهده النهارده.
لو هنتكلم على أحد الفريقين فنقول الفريق الأمبي ما خسرش ولا جولة في البطولة حتى الآن. هنتكلم عن فريق ذو خبرات كبيرة جدا كتمثيل عالمي كأندية ومنتخبات. هنتكلم عن وصيف الموسم الماضي وحامل لقب الموسم الخامس، الصقور السعودية تيم فالكون.
ولو نتكلم عن الفريق الثاني ففريق اكس منا. اوكي، رحبوا معانا بفريق تيم فالكونز. سانو، ترول، كابن، بويت وسانجي.
طبعا وما ننساش ان احنا هنرحب بفريق العملاق، شارك كتير جدا معانا في المواسم، كمان قدر ان هو يحقق الصعب، يعني حقق نظريه تبدا بالممكن حتى تصنع المستحيل. قدروا ابطال الموسم الماضي اكس منا. سبيدي، رايس كريمنال، كوانت، ثرو بوي والفو.
قبل ما الفرقتين يتجهوا للباتل ستيشنز ويورونا نهائي العمر والتاريخ، لازم تصاريح، لازم بيف. 7 لاس مايك معاك.
لازم شويه كلام. انا عاوز طبعا ليدر فريق اكس رايس كريمنال، اتمنى كده تنورنا. تيم فالكون، ترول. ايه الاخبار؟
زي الفل.
طيب، رايس كريمنال حصل على MVP الموسم الماضي. حابب طبعا منك وعد تبعته للجمهور اللي جاي النهارده من كل حته في مصر عشان يشجعكم، وطبعا مش هينفع ننهيها من غير رساله وجمله تحب تقولها لتيم فالكون.
ان شاء الله يا جماعه نرفع راسكم وهنمتعكم زي ما احنا وعدناكم دايما ان احنا دايما نمتعكم، وما تنسوش دايما تدعمونا وتقفوا في ظهرنا. وشكرا لكم كلكم، رساله احب اوجهها لتيم فالكون، احنا في الاول وفي الاخر اخوات. هاف فان يا شباب، وان شاء الله تبقى ماتشات ممتعه لكلا الطرفين.
اوكي طيب، ترول.
توفيق للتيمين وان شاء الله الاحسن يفوز.
اوكي، التوفيق للتيمين والاحسن يفوز. اتفضلوا، شكرا ليكم.
Now you can head to your battle stations. One more time, give it up for X MENA Team Falcons. هتبقى أطول best of 7 هنشوفها النهارده يا 7 لاست، ولكن قبل ما نتجه لمعلقينا الكرام خلينا بس نستغل اللحظة المهمة دي بنيابة طبعا على كل قائمين بطولة MPL MENA. عاوزين نستغل اللحظة العظيمة دي عشان نهديها لكل محاربة ولكل ناجية من سرطان الثدي. انتوا أبطال وملهمات الملايين، السيدات اللي بيمروا بنفس الرحلة.
طبعا مش عايزين نطول عليكم اكتر من كده، عايزين نبدا المتعه، نبدا الحماس، نبدا التشجيع بتاع اليوم النهارده. فهننتقل طبعا لمعلقينا الاعزاء اللي هيزودوا لنا اليوم بالمتعه، يونس وياسو. بس هنشوف فيديو سريع ونروح لهم.
بدايتنا كتيم في السيزون اللي فات في الالترا ليجند. يعني كان في الاول ما كانش هدفنا بصراحه نخش MPL ولا بطولات بروفيشنال، يعني اتجمعنا كتيم كنا بنلعب كل يوم جيمين رانك 3 رانك كده ساعتين في اليوم مش اكتر. يعني لاحظنا ان احنا حتى لو نزل قدامنا تيم قوي بنكسب، ما كناش بنخسر ابدا. ومن هنا جت لنا الفكره، يعني بدانا نطور فيها ونشتغل على نفسنا وسكريمات وكده.
الحاجه اللي خلتني اثق في التيم، كل واحد جاي من خلفيات مختلفه وخبرات مختلفه، وده ما منعش كل واحد يتبع نصايح التاني ويشتغل معاهم لحد يوصل لحاجه كويسه. اصعب تحدي عدى علينا السيزون دوت ان احنا كنا بندرافت سوا عادي مع كوتش وبيكون في اختلاف في الاراء سواء بقى في الدرافت او برضه في الريفيو، فاحنا لازم دايما نوصل لوجهه نظر واحده علشان نكمل، ما ينفعش نفضل سايبين الاراء المختلفه الكتير وكده، فلازم نوحد راينا، ودي كانت بالنسبه لي يعني ممكن اصعب حاجه.
اللحظه اللي ادركنا فيها ان احنا ممكن نوصل الفاينلز لما قعدنا نعمل ماتشات كويسه في الريجولار سيزون عموما، يعني عملنا وين ستريك 2-0 تقريبا 3 ماتشات او 4 مش فاكر، فدي كانت حسيت ان احنا عادي لنا فرصه كبيره ان شاء الله ان احنا نتاهل الفاينلز.
احساسي ان احنا هنلعب الفاينل في مصر مع وسط اهالينا واصحابنا وكل حاجه احساس حلو جدا، علشان اخيرا هنعمل يعني البطوله واهلنا واصحابنا كل الناس دي هتيجي تتفرج علينا وتشجعنا، الجو هيكون مختلف.
كلمة أقولها لفريقي دايما خليكم مؤمنين بقدر ربنا سواء كسبنا أو خسرنا، كده كده هيكون كل خير، وإن شاء الله نفضل أقوياء مع بعض، وإن شاء الله نفضل ندعم بعض ونترست بعض وهنوصل لهدفنا إن شاء الله.
رسالة الجمهور، أحب أشكر كل واحد كان بيدعمنا من أول خطوة لحد ربنا كرمنا وكسبنا ووصلنا النهائي تاني. الحمد لله توفيق من ربنا، الواحد كان بداية مشواره كان ده هدفه إنه يثبت إن الجونجل العربي يقدر ينافس الإمبورت وكده، وأحب أشكر تيمي إنه وقفوا معايا دايما عشان يساعدونا على أحسن نفسي لحد ما وصلنا النتيجة دي. ان شاء الله زي ما عملنا في تويستد هنعمل في تيم فالكونز، والسيزون ده هيخلص زي السيزون اللي فات. رسالة تيم فالكون طلع احسن ما عندكم شباب، بس برضه بتاعتنا.
رحلة الفريق بدأت من أول السنة دي، جبنا اللعيبة دي وجبنا كان الحاجة المتبقية لهم هو الجونجلر بويد محترف في ريجن تانية وجبناه، وبدأت الرحلة من أول السنة دي، لعبنا بتاع 4 بطولات تقريبا، خدنا مركز تاني في البطولات الMPL الأخيرة، وبطولة الMPL دي إن شاء الله أول بإذن الله يعني.
بصراحة الثقة اللي بينا من سنين، يعني ما يمديك تبني ثقة من سنة أو سنة ونص، نحن نعرف بعض من قبل أن نكون إي سبورت، حتى كنا لاعبين أماتشر، فمع الوقت تبني ثقة.
أصعب التحديات اللي واجهتنا كفريق فالكونز إن إحنا بنتحدى نفسنا، بنلاقي نفسنا غلطنا في أول جيم، أول أسبوع، ثاني أسبوع، ثالث أسبوع، لغاية ما خلصنا بلاي أوفس، بنتحدى نفسنا، بنشوف فين غلطاتنا، فين غلطنا، يعني مش ضدنا هم اللي بيفوزوا علينا، بالعكس إحنا بنخسر نفسنا، بنحاول إن إحنا ما نخسرش نفسنا عشان نعرف نفوز على ضدنا بكل سهولة.
بعد كل اللي مرينا بيه انا والفريق بتاعي وصلنا للحظه دي ان احنا ان شاء الله باذن الله مش هنفرط في الكاس زي المره اللي قبلها.
غالبا حسين راح نوصل بالفاينل وباذن الله راح نفوز بعد ما فزنا على التوب تيمز.
اللعب في مصر وسط اهلي وناس طبعا بيعني لي حاجات كتير، ان شاء الله باذن الله في جمهور كبير هيبقى بدعمنا، ان شاء الله باذن الله في جمهور كتير هيجي عشان كاكاشي وعشان تيم فالكونز، وعشان برضو اللعيبه دي ليها جمهور في مصر، اللعيبه بتاعتنا.
صراحه احنا مستنيين من زمان ان النهائي يكون هنا في مصر او بين اخواتنا واهالينا واصحابنا.
رساله للفريق ان شاء الله هتختموا البطوله دي واحنا عملنا رقم تاريخي باذن الله، ان احنا ما خسرناش ولا ماتش طول البطوله ولا سيريس، خسرنا 4 ماتشات بس، ان شاء الله مش هنخسر تاني خالص حتى في الفاينل. هيبقى في ليكوا جمهور في مصر، جمهور فالكونز جمهور كبير في مصر، جمهور فالكونز كتير جدا في مصر، اهالينا كلها في مصر، واهالي مصر هي اهاليكم.
رسالة الجمهور بإذن الله راح نحقق البطولة، وأي أحد راح يشجع فالكون أو راح يحضر مباراة بإذن الله ما راح نخيب الظن.
بقول لهم ان مش هتواجهوا خصم سهل باذن الله، الفاينل ده مستحيل يبقى زي الفاينل اللي قبله.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the grand finals of MPL MENA Season 8. We'll be watching 2 teams battling it out for the M7 spot and also a guaranteed wildcard slot for the second placer here between Team Falcons and also X MENA. It's me, Sheffin. With me is my partner. Thank you for inviting me to another season of MPL MENA.
Man, you know, I'm so excited, Sheffin, and yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity. But yeah, 2 teams left here in MPL MENA, and we will see them the final time for season 8. And let's see, you mentioned it, 1 spot for that M7 slot and 1 slot for that wild card. May the best team win. And of course, I'm excited, and I'm sure you are excited. And guys, we are here for a best of 7.
Yeah, but a quick reminder, especially for all the ladies that's watching right now, it is currently October and it is the Breast Cancer Awareness Month. For all of you guys out there, it's not always early, it's not too early to check if anything is wrong with your body, obviously you guys know it the best, even though we're guys here, but we just want to spread the awareness out there to all of the ladies to be able to check up on your maybe friends out there, like check up if they're okay or not in that in that department, because it's always important to spot this kind of things very early, Gani.
It is. Better check it out. Better be safe than sorry, and hence why we are using this for the stream as well.
Yeah.
Again, guys, especially if you have a partner, force your partner to check, even if there's mild symptoms. That's already a symptom. So yeah, let's spread the awareness, guys.
Yeah. It's always preventive measure is always the best way to handle things, right? Because by the time it's gotten too large or anything like that, it's gonna be harder for you to be able to take care of that. But Grand Finals of MPL MENA Season 8, it's between Team Falcons and also X-MENA. We're sensing maybe some deja vu feeling here, Gani. Not really the exact same teams per se, but X-MENA, they are currently in the roster 3 players from the Ultra Legends squad last season that actually won against Team Falcons in Season 7. Is we're going to look at the playoffs brackets, what happened earlier in this playoffs. Twisted Minds is going to get already eliminated by Team Falcons. Twisted Minds obviously is also a team that's one of the forces of MENA regions. Marquis there, Escalera, he's there, a lot of PH Power, but PH Power, Gani, there's also a player in the Grand Finals, which is the only imported player in this Grand Finals this season, is from Philippines, that is Boyet.
Yeah, he was imported technically from MPL Singapore, but yeah, he is Filipino. So we will get to see Boyet in action. And like you mentioned, right, last time round, Boyet was able to perform as well in MPL MENA Grand Final. So we will get to see him again in action today.
Yeah, for sure. For all you guys out there that's currently watching the Grand Finals, we're going to update you about the history of MPL MENA so far. Obviously, you see Team X in the first season, not only exactly the same race that Team X has currently, but Season 7, that is Ultra Legends. Some players are going to be playing in the Grand Finals for X-MENA, especially 3 of them currently in the roster for X-MENA, but Team Falcons, they're still rocking their main 5 here compared to last season's Grand Finals. Obviously, the team here for Team Falcons, Connie, is revenge. Obviously, when you think about it, in the regular season, this is the only team in the history of MPL MENA that hasn't dropped a single match until Grand Finals. Amazing stuff coming in from Team Falcons.
Exactly. They're currently undefeated and they like to keep it that way. Hopefully after the Grand Finals as well, right? Again, X-MENA, you mentioned about the players. A lot of players were in the Grand Finals last season, but before we talk about that more, let's talk about the prize pool here, because the first winner will get 30 big G's. That's 30 grands, 30 USD, 30,000 big bucks, Sheffin.
Yeah, not only the big bucks, obviously we've mentioned it earlier in the stream, a spot to Indonesia, to M7, a throwback to M4 that's held in Indonesia, but also the second placer, Connie, they still have a chance to fight it out in the wild card.
And you can see the finals MVP, right? An additional 13,000 USD to his name as well, and a couple of diamonds there. So again, let's see who will take the finals MVP later on. But hey, I don't mind getting another 13,000 USD. That's a lot of money.
Yeah, for sure. Hopefully it adds more fuel to the fire that some of these players already have. But speaking of fire, Gani, Team Falcons so far in the regular season, they're lacking in fire compared to what happened in last season. Not necessarily the firepower in the Land of Dawn, but the fire in the interviews, in outside of the game stuff. right now they're a bit more, I guess, like patient, a bit more low key this season because what happened last season when they were actually a bit dominating in the regular season, but unfortunately they have to fall against Ultra Legends, which I mentioned it earlier. 3 of their players will be playing here in the grand finals, so it's gonna be slightly completely route.
So, that's already a story, right, Chefin? They got humbled last season and they looked for revenge. Fortunately for them, they got an opportunity. They are in the grand finals and they are going up against the so-called, players that beat them last time around last season. So let's see. It's all about revenge, and revenge here for the side of Team Falcons. And for the other side, Axe, right? They want to confirm. They want to say that, hey, last time wasn't a fluke. They want to prove that they are still the best team coming from the MENA region. And let's see, right? Will that happen again? Or perhaps Team Falcons might get their revenge today.
Yeah, because that's always been the, I guess, the argument that the netizens has, right? When you win as I guess, like, an unknown force coming to MPL MENA Season 7, you get the spot in the MSC 2025. That is such a Cinderella story, and obviously Team X MENA here is looking to recreate that again in the grand finals of the MPL MENA Season 8. Not only getting the M7 spot, also getting the Muna Gani. For Team X MENA here, Gani, they are technically, based on Wikipedia information I have, based on United Arab Emirates, but most players, all the players is coming from Egypt. That's the venue that we're going to be playing on, Gani.
Wow, that's interesting, right? That is already a challenge for them. But yeah, let's mention it, right? We got Speedy, we got Rice Cream, we got Quanok, we got Throwboy, and we got Alpha, right? To get the dub. Because, yeah, why not? Last season, they made it. They were able to beat Team Falcons, technically, most of their players. So I want to see them perform again. And on the other side, it's a big organization, Team Falcons. It's going to be very, very tough here, Chefin.
Yeah, still with the same 5 with Sano, Troll, Puffin, Boyet, and also Sanji. Will be the stars for Team Falcons. Obviously, a lot of hopes coming in from the Team Falcons fan. They're not short of fans, Gani, even in Egypt. And I'm sure that the fans of X MENA, they are the quote-unquote hometown team, outnumbers the number of Falcons fan in Egypt, so we can maybe see a more fight here, not obviously in literal form, maybe in the trash talk between the fans in Mall of Egypt, because this is gonna be a fire match, man. A lot of revenge stories and revenge, I guess, like, fuel from Team Falcons. They don't want to go through the same thing over and over again. They want to just claim the spot in Spartan and find it out in the grandiose stage of Mobile Legends, which is the M series, man. And this team, Gami, they are very, very experienced. You can see the names there, Sanji, Troll. They are, in a way, the MENA representative over the course of history.
Definitely, they have that experience, and let's see, will they use that experience to their advantage here, Chef? And mind you, we got Cuffin and we got Chef in here. One's a caster and one's a pro player. So, you decide, chat, who is better. But yeah, I mean, again, right? We got Sano. Again, he is mechanically, I think, the best gold laner, I feel like, in MENA specifically. So yeah, I want to see him perform in that gold lane, especially, I'm from ID, you're from ID. We have seen a lot of cases where the gold laner shifted towards that fighter's will. Sano bring that same flair, or perhaps he has his own, identity, and he is confident to pull that off again. Emotionally, I feel like he is also steady here, Chefin, which is going to be expensive in the grand finals. And yeah, I want to see Sano in action, basically. Hopefully, we will get to see the best performance, at least, from this guy, because again, Team Falcons story, they want to get that revenge from last season.
Yeah, for sure. But from the things that I see, Gani, from the stuff that I researched earlier, especially the playoffs, so far there's actually no teams at all that played a fighter in the goal, and actually just one, which is X Project, that's already been eliminated by Crystal Minds 3-0 in the first day. They pulled off a Bane gold lane and GK Esports. So two teams that pulled off a fighter gold lane so far in the playoffs has been eliminated at 3-0 in the the first day of playoffs, which is quite interesting. So far, it's only been the usual Pirate, even Moskov, even Kumis is popping off in the MPL MENA gold lane here. So mostly still the range or, the usual gold laner that we see as we're going to jump into the draft here for game number 1 of the main finals of MPL MENA Season 8.
Let's go for game 1, ladies and gentlemen, and keep in mind it will be a best of 7. So the team that will go to 4 first will be crowned the champions, and we will have the Broken Walls map here for our first game. So again, with the Broken Walls, a lot of rotations. Expect teams here to draft themselves that perhaps has mobility, because remember, with the Broken Walls, you can rotate towards either the EXP or the gold lane slightly faster with the holes there. But we can see here from the bans, Team Falcons banning out Lancelot, CC, and the Kalea. So I think it's just staple priority bans, a little bit respect towards the Lancelot. I think they are looking for the Yisun Chin.
Ooh, that might be the case here, as the CC ban will come through for X MENA, just limiting the team fighting and also the early game potential of Falcon Esports. And as you said, Donnie, the Yisun Chin is left wide open, but there's still a lot of prio picks out there that can be picked before the Yisun Chin. Something like Jushin comes into mind, or if you're brave enough, you can just put Franny first pick if you're feeling like it. But it looks like Team Falcons, they are going for the safe route here in Jushin, just maybe see what X MENA has in their hands, and the Yisun Chin will be picked here and be got to touch immediately.
Okay, there you go. That's going to be, you're right, the Zushin picked up here for that first pick for Team Falcons. A lot of priorities there. And yeah, it's going to be the Gatot Kacha and the Yisun Chin picked up from the side of Axe. Now, I think it's just prior, right? Nothing too crazy here, Sheffin, at least for the first 3 picks.
Yeah, for sure. Now the CC is already banned actually in the first phase, so the Gatot CC combo will not be present here for X MENA. Oh my goodness gracious! And that should be an Arlet nothing. They went in a full honest approach here for Falcon Esports. Now X, I think it's not an overreaction to pick an early Eve here. Just really probably the best pick that they can utilize, because of the fact that they already show 2 frontliners in Hylos and also a veteran, but they went to Uranus, securing I guess a safe EXP laner for them to use, and it doesn't really necessarily lose the lane. As Team Falcons, it should be an easy Eve ban here in the second phase. X MENA really utilizing, remember they're still saving the gold lane flex potential here in the second phase, Gani, although, as I said earlier, it's not been used in the playoffs at all.
Yeah, it seems like they will keep their gold laners later on. Lapu Lapu ban here comes through. They don't want an EXP that can play make. And you mentioned Weave, that definitely can poke the composition of Falcons. Yeah, they will ban it out straight away. Very quick bans here for that second phase, Chef. And another playmaker in that EXP will be eliminated from the side of Axe here. They do not want business, right? They want the Uranus to, roam more freely, no funny business. And if the Uranus is ahead in that EXP, definitely can cause issues from the side of Team Falcons. Stay far lane, clearing 2 waves. Seems like, Team Falcons, yeah, let's just limit the mid laners. No burst and no poke. And no far range as well, technically, right? So now, what do X answer this composition? Looking at it, right? Against the Zushin, they want to poke. I feel like they want mid laner that can poke here at least, so that can cause problems.
Yeah. there's a lot of heroes that can cause problems towards the Fredrin and Hylos, mainly something like Kimmy, or if you want to dig deep here, there you go. The first pick is going to be the marksman first, so they want to see what else Team Falcons has in their favor, because the mid lane I think is going to be the most important pick, Ronnie, for X-Mena. They can still pick a lot of front back hero here. Luo Yi comes into mind. Obviously, the Kimi is the one that scales the most out of all the heroes out there. You can go for a Lunox that can burst on the frontliner and also dive at the same time and take care of next round. That might be this. Oh man, there's a lot of heroes in Quan can use for X-Mena. But also affects the game. It's going to be really effective for both teams, but so far, I'm liking more, I guess, more damage in X-Mena, Bonnie.
Yeah, I think, again, with the range that Rager has, it can definitely be utilized, but the Spear of Destruction here definitely can be the X factor for Team Falcons. If it lands at the right time, at the right place as well, definitely can give them an advantage. But with the Luoyi, another teleporting hero that can be the difference maker. So let's see here. I like it, right? The Uranus Esmeralda, it's going to be a dead lane. If they play it right, it's just going to be both EXP just clearing each other, perhaps waiting for a potential gank. But early game, we will get to see more focus on that jungle, mid, and gold lane. So yeah, this will be the 10 heroes that will be deployed for game 1 of the grand finals of MENA.
Yeah. A lot of things at stake here in this grand finals of season 8. Obviously, two teams that technically have met last season in season 7. They're gonna try to battle out again in season 8 here. MPL MENA season 8 grand finals is underway in the land of Dawn. 10 rounds from the spot in Jakarta in M7 in this best of 7. Here we go. As actually, we might have a pause here to fix things up. Oh no!
Let's go. Game 1. Get ready. Will it be the revenge of the Falcons, or will X-Mena prove to us, prove to the world that they are a team to beat in the MENA region? Round 1. Ring the bells. Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah, so we're gonna take a look here in the mid lane. Normally, when you pick something like a Jushin and also Hylos at the same time, you instantly win the mid trio. But the Luoki and Katakacha is also a force to reckon in the early game, as they're gonna fight it out in the Lethal Wonder here. EXP laners already rotated temp.
Oh, it seems like the Lethal Wonder at least will fall for Falcons. That's a small win trade, but again, even with the Lethal taken, seems like gold, it's slightly ahead here, taken by X-Mena. So, it doesn't necessarily win trade. Oh, Alpha here is actually poked. Sanji with the utilization of that Esmeralda very, very well.
Yeah, he's still fine though, because it's a Uranus at the end of the day, so he's gonna heal up to full HP in no time. And this is how Boyet and the overall Team Falcons has to play. They have to dominate the early game with the super early game centric that they drafted. Even though Sano technically has the far lane pressure with the Moskov, as you mentioned in the draft, Connie, that Luoyi will become a problem here early.
Uh-oh, Troll will be poked here. Not taken down though. Not quite sure that is worth it. That's going to be the Luoyi knocked up. That's going to be revitalized. Forced again. Sanji causing a lot of issues in the early game. President's Wrath doesn't land, but the knock-up will. That's going to be Cuffin taking first blood. Quana will be the casualty, and that will be an advantage for Team Falcons.
Yeah, definitely without Quantum, and especially he's already level 4. Let's see if he wants to use the teleporter here, but no, look at Sanji.
Oh, Sanji, that's a solo kill. That's going to be another kill on the board. Turtle going for Team Falcons. Rice Scream will not be able to escape Alpha. That's going to be jumping in as well. Quanop very low, taken again. Twice already, Quanop taken down. That's going to be, again, Falcons just leading the gold. Turtle for them as well.
Yeah, for sure. But it's an early lead that they can manage here for X-Men, especially when you think about it. The amount of range heroes that X-Men has for them to be able to handle the siege coming from Team Falcons, which is all non-existent. It's only Sano and Puffin with a help of 3 frontliners. It is a very honest approach, as I mentioned in the draft earlier for Team Falcons. Team X, they gotta wait and be a bit more patient. Up top,
Sanji now targeted. 2v1, that's going to be enough damage to take the Esmeralda down, but here comes the cavalry. Team Falcons trying to spread their wings. Oh, praise the bad troll, finding the kill. It's now a 3v3. That's going to be Quanok taking a lot of damage. That's going to be Quanok taken down again 3 times already. 3v2 now. Rice Cream isolated, taunted. Now Alpha trying to recover for his teammates, but Puffin finds the last laugh. That's going to be Alpha taking revenge. At the end of the day, Alpha stands, but it will still be Team Falcons with the goal advantage.
Yeah, thankfully he got a bit of a plating here up top, but that was a really huge miscalculation coming in from the whole team of X-Men. No why? He knows that the whole team Falcons so Glenn came up in the top lane, but he still stays for a little bit off third lane, which is really good, man. You're a Sunshine. You need to snowball, you need to evade those early game deaths. So we're gonna take a look at the replay here. A lot of action already in the first minutes of the game. Quanok and the whole team of X-MENA. It's not looking good so far, but they have a lot of early game or late game insurance with the marksmen they have. So we're gonna take a look at the second objective game here. Both EXP letters already just poking around in the objective control department.
Yeah, definitely, and you can see, right? They were able to just exploit the range of that Louis, but Louis has somewhat of short range, but now let's focus on towards the turtle. That's going to be Quanok again, targeted by Troll. First pathway put down, AOG landed on towards Boye. That's going to be Sanji finding a kill. That's going to be Throw Boy taking another kill there. That's going to be Rice Cream isolated in the front and will be taken down as Team Falcons with 5 members in that area will dominate X-MENA, and now they will shift their focus toward the mid lane. Is this the right call? Seems like for now, X-MENA will be able to find the clear.
Wow, once again, X-MENA didn't really realize the potential of this composition, man. You're gonna play it more safely and wait and give one and Speedy room to breathe, or room to poke down all the frontliners of Team Falcon, especially once you have the glowing one. That's an ACW for X-MENA, but they were not patient at all. They were not
sending Shin towards the top lane for Esmeralda. I'm not sure that's worth it at this stage. You know, again, Eastern Shin just needs to focus on farm, and to kill an Esmeralda, I don't think that's an easy task. So yeah, that 2v1, you know, will not come to fruition.
Oh man, the kill count already 10 to 4 in 6 minutes. That's more than 2 kills per minute in this match. They are starting Grand Finals with a bang as Rollways.
SOD lands. Throwboy will not be able to escape with the traceless use there. That will be another kill on the board for Team Falcons. 2k gold lead already in 6 minutes. That's a lot.
Yeah, the idea was there to isolate Throwboy by himself and try to just let him farm up some of the gold lanes, some of the wave up top, and also be there in the next objective fight. But they forgot that the ganking potential of Moscow is really activated, especially with how much gold lead that Falcons had currently. Some of them won't take any kills just yet. The overall pressure will always be there for Team Falcons, as they're gonna take the third objective here, surely.
Yeah, let's see. That's going to be Sanji, though, finding 3 with the falling Star Moon, but seems like no follow-up after. Oh, Sanji spoke, but that's going to be the third turtle now, just still untouched. Now, Team Falcons, how do they play this? X-MENA already committed with 5 members. That's going to be the diversion just to decoy. Again, that's going to be, oh, the Esmeralda flickering away. 1 HP for that Esmeralda, still able to get away. SOE doesn't land. X-MENA will have more control in that river. That's a knock-up onto the Uranus. Throwboy will deny the perfect turtle. AOG almost landing. That's going to be Team Falcons disengaging, though. No casualties from that fight, but that's a win for X-MENA.
Yeah, for sure. That's definitely a win that they're gonna take any day of the week. A bit lucky though. They got away with Sano missing on the SOD to 5-man of X-MENA. As Rice Grim here taking a beating, pops the Revitalize, but he's still gonna be able to get away. But you can see right away in that exchange or in the third objective, the nature of this composition from both teams. I think X-MENA just naturally wins the objective front to back, because the only real damage dealer that Falcon has is literally just Simon. If Simon cannot contribute to the team fight, that should be a death sentence for Team Falcon's composition, especially in 5v4.
Definitely, and you can see here, X-MENA, even though they're behind 2K gold lead, they're somewhat confident, right, in taking the fight here, with especially Speedy already joining mostly. And let's see, the divergent play towards the bottom side, towards Esmeralda, will be committed to 3 players, it seems like, just to get the clear. Yi Sun-shin will be isolated towards the top, just to split and farm as well. But yeah, so far, so good. But again, they're still behind on goal. Top lane, though, will this be a solo? Boyet coming in just to provide the cover. Traceless use. Oh my goodness. A little bit too soon there, and the Yi Sun-shin will go down.
Boy, it's scattered team fight here. X-MENA still wants to take a bit of a Team Falcon's HP, even though they are down to 4 men. Boyet pulling the trigger, but it looks like it's just gonna be like that for Team Falcons. They're gonna hold on to the 2-kill gold lead that they have. Team X-MENA, they're gonna be a bit more patient, man. Oh boy, you just throw his life around like that. Already 5 deaths already. He's to
yeah, this is a lot of action indeed here, Chefin, and you can see here, right? The Moskov already sent top, you know, hoping if the SOD lands, that's gonna be it's gonna cause problems for X-MENA. And now Mountain Shocker used on towards the Hylos. Not sure if that's effective. That's gonna be a big info. Oh, towards the back, that's gonna be Sanji jumping in, trying to provide a distraction. Oh, Alpha will have the flicker, and Sanji survives as well. It's still a 5v5, but Moskov is still pushing top.
Yeah, Team Falcons, they can also be patient here, just forcing some forced errors coming in from Team X-MENA, especially with the fact that Sano will be on top most of the time. They're still looking for the spike push, and it looks like X-MENA, they want to take the Lord, even though Sano is just wrecking up on the turret damage. Look at that. In the mid lane, no actions just yet. X-MENA, they're worried here. They're saving on me.
Yeah, 4 items already for that Moskov. Sanji jumping in, finding 2. That's going to be Troll with the Glorious Pathway. AOG finds Sanji. That's going to be Speedy. Adding the Sky Piercer stack on towards a kill. Oh, boy, yeah. Good fall. One up as well. That's going to be the Lord, though, for Throw Boy. Freely. Troll even popped the Revitalize, but will fall. It's a 3-4-1, and they got the Lord. X-MENA find some breathing space in life.
Oh, man. Team Falcons, they went in for the Hail Mary there. Not really necessary Hail Mary though, because they're still up in gold, but the fact that they still contested the Lord, even though they know that Sano will just try to get the turret, is quite interesting. They want to get 2 things at the same time, but it ended up only working with the surefire win here in Sano's split push. Because we're going to take a look at the replay here. A bit scattered for Team Falcons, and in a way, they're forcing scattered because how much position punch that X-MENA has with the Luo Yi, with the Granger that already stacked up on the penetration with the Malefic War. It's gonna get harder for them to be able to play these long late game fights. So look at this. Swing anyway.
Oh, they want to fight here. Glorious Pathway committed. That's going to be a knock up on towards the Uranus ult. In the back, that's going to be 3 members. Stunned, but the burst is enough to take the Esmeralda down. Speedy finds another stack here. That's going to be the inner turret in the mid. It's falling. And on Shocker, committed. Now, they want to move towards the bottom side. That's going to be, oh, Sano, very low. That's going to be Troll taken down. The turret should be the main focus. Find it. That's going to be the base turret. Falling. X-MENA here, recovering. Is this an overextension? Sano looking for the play, but X-MENA was too quick with it.
Yeah, but X-MENA, they haven't used the Lord just yet, and now it's gonna crash down towards the top lane. This is now the first Lord body, and it looks like it's gonna get to happen.
Let's say that's going to be 3-4-5, 3P5. The lore now in the top corner taken down. Take a look at Sanji finding a kill again. He is able to at least relieve off pressure while the rest of Team Falcons cleared the Lord. Now with 2 base turrets down though, it is MENA still heavily with their winning condition.
Oh my goodness. Oh, goodness gracious. Team Falcons, man. Now, it's just a game of how Sano can be activated. Thankfully, they do have a bit of a front-to-back composition, mechanics they can pull off here, especially with the Malefic gun secured by Sano. But the amount of damage that Sano can put out is definitely inferior to how much damage Team MENA can put out in this later part of the game. Let's take a look at the replay here on what happened. Team MENA, they are just wrecking up on the turrets here, man. Almost no inhibitor at all for Team Falcons currently. Looks like in the live camera though, they want to still go for the engage or the siege.
Yeah, the last base turret is very, very low here, very juicy, right? It seems like MENA, the call is just the siege. Oh, very low though for Quano. Gotta be careful, Curse Pathway committed. That's gonna be Quano, very low, taken down. That's gonna be the Moscow though, is the trade. AOG towards the back. Now, Traceless on towards the Hylos. Let's see, Troll brings it down by Speedy. That's going to be the fight that they want. That's going to be the burst that they want. That's going to be a wipeout for MENA in Game 1 of the Grand Finals. And that's MENA looking for kills. Good night. Another wipeout before they clean house. Lanadon is theirs.
Wow, Team MENA, they didn't falter to the early game dominance or early game win of Team Falcons as they secure one step towards M7, towards Indonesia. My goodness, really clean stuff games from Team MENA. You could play that much more cleaner, especially in the early game, because they have the composition. But at the end of the day, a W is always a W, Gani, and they will take that every day. Look at this. Wow. All of the supporters of Team MENA, they technically have the home court advantage as all of their 5 players are Egyptians, Connie.
Yeah, you can see it's packed, right? Guys, wow, this is very, very refreshing as well, seeing them in live events. It's a full house. You can see the second floor even, and they cheer on mostly for MENA. You can see here from the replay, early game wasn't there, Shepard.
Yeah, for sure. This is just not looking good at all for Team MENA. But yeah, both teams made some questionable mistake, man. Even in the late game stage there, the XP laner of Team MENA, which is Alpha, that was unnecessary. He tanked up literally 90% damage that the Sun put on towards the wall, and he just backed off. Thankfully, he didn't get punished a lot by the SOD, or maybe he actually get punished. I'm not sure what happened there, but you can see, right, the difference of the late game potential of Team MENA and also Team Falcons, man. Even though they are down in the dust, they are lacking in a lot of HP bars, but when you take down all the 2 backliners of Team Falcons, you really lack damage, man. You can play with all frontliners, even though technically Esmeralda deals a bit of damage towards the backliner of Team MENA. It is just not enough against 3 marksmen, or 2 marksmen technically, which can siege down the turrets really, really easily, which can play front to back much, much more easier. The winning condition of Team MENA and also Team Falcons is just lopsided. Look at this. You know, they're not playing it clean. There's a lot of mistakes that they made. It's not the mix of 5 Sano's that's taken down. But yeah, Sano has to realize that he's the only saving grace of Team Falcons in the late game, man. No more XP towards the back. Yes, you want to make the hero play in the late game in this grandiose stage of MPL MENA Season 8 Grand Finals, but the wins come first. You know, finals can be later, especially if you are too late.
And Chef, and I'm still in awe with the
questionable. The team Smell, we're not really using the Lord beautifully either. Team Falcons, they've already dropped before the Lord even hits. The inhibitor is already falling down, the chips are already falling down before the Lord gets into the inhibitor in the top lane. That is just not Mobile Legends so far from Team Falcons, man. For a team that goes undefeated in the early or in the regular season, this should not be the output in the grand finals. This should be already been discussed. As we're gonna take a look at the gold graphs here, that is the turning point after the Lord take on a look at that, from 3k gold lead up to 3k gold lead down in a span of 2 minutes. That is disastrous.
That's a hit, right? Being 3k up, and you build that 3k gold lead first 11 minutes, and then it all went downhill. That's gonna be the MVP here, or at least heat map. Alpha Uranus, take a look how effective he is for first 5 minutes at least, right? Just around his area, and he will get the MVP through 3:0:11 with 82% KP.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, Alpha didn't really have to worry much, man. The only thing that he has to worry about is the amount of the pseudo DPS in early game. Once you get to the late game, the only real problem is Sano on its own. Blade armor, I think it's more than enough to get a bit of tankiness towards Sano. He actually tanked a lot of hits, a lot of spear hits in the opposing side of the base here. But yeah, congratulations to Sano. Maybe you can get the finals MVP if you keep playing like this, man. But Team Falcons, you gotta fix everything, especially the draft. This part in the early game is at least decent, right? It gets worse as the time goes by, but you just gotta give the early game better pump for Team Falcons. That's the stuff I gotta say.
It was really, I feel like it's unfortunate, right, for Team Falcons especially, because they played that early game towards the mid even very, very well, I gotta say. Sure, there were minor mistakes along the way, but after that Lord fight, it was just all downhill. And again, what surprises me was the switch. I feel like after that Lord take, or after Boyette was taken down and Throwboy was able to get the Lord, they were in lock-in mode, Chef, and nothing is going to stop them. And after that point, calls, decision making, whether it being team based or individual based, it was very on point for the side of X-MENA. That's why Team Falcons wasn't able to recover from that, I guess, mistake or miscommunication after that Lord fight. It was hard because they were so on point after that point, from the side of X-MENA, with the calls, with the engages as well. They were ready when Moscow was in the back, SOD. They were able to neutralize that in no time, and that really was the turning point for X-MENA. Again, well-deserved win. Very, very, I guess they know their winning conditions, right? Speedy got the Sky Piercer after 20 stacks, 2 kills. He was ready, to get more, and he was able to deliver. That's why X-MENA, wow. I now, with this sort of quality, I can't wait for a 4-3 series, Chefin.
Oh, that might actually be possible, Goni, especially if Team Falcons drafted a better composition. But yeah, it's gotta start with that, then also knowing the composition's potential. Because both teams, I feel like they made a lot of errors in the early game and in the late game. Even X-MENA, when they're trying to siege down with the Lord, there's a lot of questionable movement that they made, a lot of unnecessary movements that they made to just to channel the aura maybe, and try to just show some dominance towards Team Falcons. But it's the grand finals, man. I don't think that's the right place to show off. A win is over anything else. You gotta play it safe, you gotta play it just literally the only thing that matters is a W. But yeah, oh man, I'd say this is pretty much our expertise, right, Gani? 17 and 16 in a span of under 15 minutes, which is 2 kills per minute average. More than that, actually. This is kind of in line with how MPL Indonesia fight, even though it's somehow a bit more scattered, a bit more miscommunicated, I gotta say, for MPL MENA. So for their potential in the global stage, I feel like there's still a lot of work to do here. But still, first game, maybe there's still a big chance when they were so familiar in this stage for quite a while. X-MENA, obviously, 3 of their players were playing in the Grand Finals in Season 7. Team Falcons' main roster has been the main roster of MENA for so long. So yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe the revenge arc that they put on their brain is a bit too... They're thinking about it too much, is what I'm trying to say. I'm not sure what the problem is for both teams.
Ooh, let's see. It's still early on though, right? From the series, I'm curious, Sheffin, how Team Falcons, at least for this grand finals, how will they recover? Will it be the drafts? Will they change their sides here for the upcoming game? If do they prefer the red side here? Perhaps they want that 2 picks. And hey, Sheffin, that was the first game, and both teams bring the heat.
Yeah. Oh man, I kind of feel bad for Team Falcons after what they did in the regular season in a way, because they've been super focused, right? They're not really throwing some mean quotes here and there. They're just play it safe, pretty much like on Indonesia in the previous seasons, right? In the regular season, they're just gonna say, "Oh yeah, it's just lucky. Oh, good game, well played." They're playing it safe, and their eyes is on the prize here in the grand finals, but unfortunately not the greatest of starts. But the quality or the sign of a quality of an elite team, Gane, is that reset button. Is how they recover from this kind of situation, even though they made like a lot of humongous amount of mistakes from both teams. They need to somehow figure it out in the locker room, and pretty much that's the only thing that they gotta do. Even it's not just about the players. Maybe just also have some jitters there, because like even for X-MENA, I think they won the draft by quite a lot. Eve pick should be automatic in the third red, but maybe I'm wrong, because the Uranus ended up being the MVP. Should have been playing a decent game on the Uranus. But yeah, on to game number 2.
Hey, sometimes, power pick is a power pick, Chef, and you can see the influence that Alpha brought for game 1. A lot of influence indeed. And yeah, maybe, that Eve pick was obvious, but sometimes with a power pick, it somehow can compensate you in the drafts at least. And let's see here, the adjustments from, again, I want to see adjustments from both teams. So specifically, again, especially Team Falcons, right after that loss, what will be the approach for the second game? And you mentioned the recovery, the reset. Thankfully, it's a best of 7, Sheffin. There is time to recover. You need to get to 4 points, and 4 points, some would say it's a mountain. It's tall. And yeah, X-MENA, well-deserved win, but will they be able to bring that momentum into the second game is my question.
My question actually is Gani, like, this venue, man, how cozy it is for the front seats here with a beanbag. Right. Oh man, it's just like a Prime Mobile Legends watch along, bro. I'm here, man. They're all very excited to see their families here, especially, I mentioned it earlier, some of them wearing the X-MENA jerseys. Some of the families of X-MENA players are here to support all of their families, and that should be the boost that they needed to be able to secure a W here and get to M7.
Thing is, not just families. Take a look at level 2 as well, Shepin, right? It's there are a lot of people there watching and supporting and giving love towards Mobile Legends. And yeah, I mean, wow, it's amazing to see. So let's see, X-MENA, the pressure, will they be able to perform under pressure? Are you the type of guy, Sheffin, that is able to perform under pressure?
Oh, I'm not sure, man. I feel like I think this is a lot of a thing that a lot of Mobile Legends fan didn't really consider. They expect a player to come into the stage having the same mindset, having the same skill as they displayed in scrims. It's not as easy as that, man. Like, there's a lot of pressure from the fans, from even fans that's in the venue, the fans all around the world, the fans in your defense just hating on you. It could be a lot of things that goes into their mind, but hopefully it's not gonna affect their gameplay by much, because we do see it in the MPL idea, right? In this week, or in this day particularly, Ron, I've heard a lot of good things for him at the scrims. He has been dominating the opposing junglers, one of the even top elite teams, and PH fall towards Bigatron by fatality in scrims with Ron in the jungler. But the output is not always the same on stage, because it's a whole different type of ball game, you know?
Definitely. And yeah, unfortunate for if we wanna, you know, venture towards Ron a bit, but yeah, 09 not really good, you know, type of performance. But hey, let's see, right? You can see your fans just chilling, just giving support as well, and they are definitely waiting here for the draft's second game. Again, I think Throwboy, you know, the Yisun Shin, very need to shout him out as well. Game one, a lot of pressure was given towards Throwboy, especially in the early game, but somehow, you know, he was able to stay composed during clutch moments. He was clutch that game, and man, Chefin, Yisun Shin is still a very prio pick, I feel like.
Yeah, even though the CC got banned, even though Yisun Shin kind of lost, especially in the MENA region, the flex potential towards the gold lane is not really used by much. On its own, Yisun Shin is just, I gotta say, one of one compared to the other junglers out there. Because even here, I'm not sure about Boy, man, with Yisun Shin. The snowball potential for Yisun Shin is astronomical. And one thing that's super underrated by Yisun Shin is that Mount Shocker. You can set as a jungler and damage dealer at the same time. That's something that I guess other junglers does not have. Sometimes you go utility, so you have a good setup there, especially with Fredrin, maybe an Akai or a Boxia, and you can dominate early game with your utility, with your CC. But for Yisun Shin, or maybe like if you're playing Assassins, the only thing that you can offer is damage and a burst. But Yisun Shin offers both. He is, I gotta say, the most prio jungler here, maybe outside of Boxia, just because of the fact that, you know, it's that dominant in early game.
Exactly, and the way, right? I think what is the advantage of that Yisun Shin is that stun, right? With the Mountain Shocker, you mentioned the Assassins just providing damage, but yeah, if you talk about like Hayabusa, if you talk about like Lancelot, no crowd control in their kit, but Yisun Shin, you know, he's a marksman, right? If you check the game, Mobile Legends, Yisun Shin falls in the marksman category, but is a pseudo marksman. I feel like can definitely get in and get out of fights, has crowd control in his kit, which again just allows, you know, teams or players exploit that fact, you know, with setups, with pickoffs, with say ganks as well. And yeah, very good display, I feel like, right? Decent display from the side of Throwboy earlier, especially, right? With the pressure that he was given in that early game, you know, no farm, was taken down in that first turtle fight even. He was able to recover and be clutch in that moment. Very, they gotta note this. Again, Team Falcons, will they be able to deny that pick, or will they be able to, or, you know, the answer is just to ban that Yisun Shin? That's going to be the main question here for the second game at least.
Oh, sorry getting a bit sidetracked here, but look at the, I don't know what the term is. Is it like hieroglyphs? You know, the things that you see in Egypt's maybe pyramids or the Sphinx, like the ancient writing of Egypt, man. That looks really really cool. Really brings the vibe here in the Mall of Egypt. Obviously, look at that, all the fans are in the building and more to come. There's still some spots or some you know, standing like places there to be able to be used to watch this primetime show of Mobile Legends in MPL MENA. Man, looks fun.
Looks fun. Looks fun, man. Chefin, you know, I wish we were in that building. You know, Chefin in the building though, right? But yeah, I wish I was casting there live, man. Casting the MENA Grand Finals in that venue. Wow. It's.
Are you lobbying? Are you lobbying all the you know,
I'm
the
just, you
Moontown
know,
people out there to fly us to Egypt? Is that how it is?
Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. You know, Chefin. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. Depends, right?
Allegedly.
But yeah, it seems like the players are having fun here, saying hi to the fans or perhaps families there. But yeah, Team Falcons here. It seems like they locked in, right? They lost game 1. A different story if you see their faces here. And they are in lock-in mode, focus mode. Chefin, I want to see, even though I can't see you, and the chat and the viewers can't see you, give us your lock-in face right now. There you go.
That's an interesting ask, but I've been locked in right from the start, Connie. What are you talking about? You know, I am fully locked in for Grand Finals of MPL MENA Season 8. Like, why would you not be locked in?
Exactly, right? Locked in like the players, right? Locked in like the players. But hey, again, guys, it's just getting fuller, right? Is it just me, or it's just getting more and more crowded in the venue, man? Chefin, do we have time to fly out there? And like, if we go now, do we have time to cast?
At the rate that we're going, that might actually be potential, Bonnie. But we'll see, though. Just want to remind you all in the chat, or especially the ladies that are watching this, it is currently October, and it is the Breast Cancer Awareness Month. It's not, you know, it's never too early to check up on something that's wrong with your body, man.
Yeah.
Sometimes pay off, you know. You just prevent something that might be there. You know, sometimes the 1% chance can really shape up your life, Connie.
Man, you know, again, guys, ladies, you know, if you have girlfriends, if you have wives, you know, if you have children of age, right? If they have symptoms, even if they don't have symptoms, just go check, you know. Why not? Better be safe than sorry. If you are able to detect that sooner, it would be more pleasant, right? Quote unquote. It would be more, at least, I guess easy is the word, but I'm not sure that easy is the word, but it would be more convenient for you to, you know the steps, know the course of action after. But yeah, again, go check. Better be safe than sorry, folks.
Yeah. As we're still waiting here, Connie, like, how's your day, Connie, so far? You know?
My day? Hey, thanks for asking, man. My day was well. You know, I worked out in the morning, and you know, just chill after. You know, preparing for the MPL MENA Grand Finals. What about you? You have to travel, right, from Solo to Jakarta. How was that travel?
To be honest with you, it was pretty miserable. It's one of those travels that takes a lot more time than it should. I don't want to, you know, throw some shade towards the bus. No, it's not even a delay. Like, bus just stops for no reason at all mid journey. And if you're familiar with the Indonesian bus business, you might know which is the best stuff. But I'm not gonna say it, man. From Solo to Jakarta just to cast MPL MENA. Well, technically I can cast in Solo in my hometown, but I gotta cast MPL 2 here tomorrow. So yeah, guys, if you guys do not know, we start casting here in Indonesia at 9 p.m. and we could potentially end in like 4 p.m. or 3 p.m. or so if we get like 6-7 match. Connie.
Hey, I'm all for it. I'm all for it, Chefin, and I was prepared. And it wasn't 9; it was 10 p.m. Indo time, by the way, at least Jakarta time. But again, right? I'm all for it. If this series goes to a 4-3 and the best team won, I am honored to be able to witness and cast over it, right? And guys, in case you missed it, again, the main story for Team Falcons in this grand finals, especially in this matchup, is they want to seek revenge after what Ultra Legends did last season. Mention 3 players from Ultra Legends is in Axe MENA. So yeah, they're looking for that revenge story. And Axe MENA, their story is they want to prove that they are still the team to beat in MENA. The team that wins grand finals here, 1 slot M7 automatically, and 1 slot for that wild card where they have to fight with other teams and for a slot for M7. And yeah, Team Falcons right now, they're down 0-1, which is interesting because if we talk about game 1, in case you missed it, folks, in case you just tuned in, early game it was for Team Falcons. They got the lead almost 3K at one point, and not almost, right? Over 3K at one point, and minute 11, I guess the second Lord was the turning point, or was it the first Lord? I think it was 11 minutes. It was the first Lord even, right? So again, it was the first Lord where Axe MENA got the momentum. After that, they were able to stay clean with it. The Moskov wasn't able to provide the influence or the impact needed after minute 11, and unfortunately, different story if we're talking about the Granger. Speedy was very, very composed, was very, very steady and reliable after minute 11 at least. The impact was very evident, and Axe MENA was able to close the game just below 15 minutes. Man, the drafts was, you mentioned it, Chefin, was perhaps questionable at one point with the Eve Open, but they were, regardless, right? They were able to capitalize the Uranus to its utmost potential. 0 kills for Alpha. 0 deaths for Alpha, rather.
Okay, it seems like we're gonna fix some issues here live on stage. So we're gonna take a bit of a break here. Do not go anywhere and stay tuned for more actions. We are going to game 2 after this for MPL MENA Season 8 Grand Finals.
لا انت في قلط على طول دمرت الدنيا ده احنا ما لحقناش نعلق عليه يا راجل اظن تحس انسان صح لا استحق خالص كل دول يعني اول تحيه اول تحيه بالكيان بالفيرج قدروا يوصلوا لدامج ديلر مش اي دامج ديلر واحد يقدر يعمل دفاع يعني اصلا اساسا مسافه الدرج قبل الدخول بالنص دي حقيقه فعلا يعني دي من الاكشن منها من الفرق الذكيه جدا على فكره الشباب وده انا بالنسبه لي حتى يعني طلعت جدا بالنسبه لي في الموسم السابق هو فريق تحس ان هو يعني اتفرج عليه تقول بيعملوا نفس اللي كانوا بيعملوه الناس دي بتكسب ازاي؟ في ذكاء في يعني تسديد دماغ في ان انا اقدر ان انا اتجه المباراه في وقت قليل جدا مش اي فريق يعمله مش اي لاعب لاعب يقدر ان هو يوصل له، محتاج خبره كبيره جدا، محتاج براكتس طويل جدا عشان توصل لمرحله ان انت تقدر تسجل الحلول في جزء من الثانيه من المباراه. لكن جوه الماتش ادرك اخطائه، صلح اخطائه، ممكن نقول له طبعا بدون، واحب ان انا اضيف عليها حاجه بسيطه، وهي نقطه انا شايفه ذكرتها انا بنحكي عليها بشكل بسيط. ان الفريق اصلا يكون قدام عنده نفس طويل ده، انا بوصل لبيست اوف 7 من اخر اليوم، لكن ان فريق يكون متاخر من اول ثانيه في الماتش مضغوط عليه، جاب الجول ضرب الجول بالجول، الجمهور بتاعهم خسران حياته 4 مرات، الوضع صعب. 5 في اول الماتش، 5 عديت له توتال 4 توتال 5 هو توتال 5 مسك قال لك خلاص انا 5 ما عدتش، انا بحب الحياه، انا عايز اعرف احساسي يعني انا لو بجيبه 5 مرات اقول عامل ايه بقى يعني معلش اقول انا متوقع يعني الشات اللي حصل ما بينه وبين كريمنال يا شباب، انا والله معيش ده من 5 مرات بلعب بيزنس مش هعمل ايه، مفيش ده يطلع خلاص لا بروتكت هو بيسيبه يعملوا بروتكت، لكن اللي حصل وقدر بروتكت وقدر فعلا يعني لو كل ما ياخد سنتي على فين نظام الف الكوره اللي يسال شيء يستارت سنتي يبص على سنتي يرجع سنتي ياخد الكل عليه بقى. هو سنتي كان بيلعب لان انا حاسس ان انا ترتيبي للفايتر ممكن مش عارف اكيد قدام الف تحيه ولا قدام ولا لا، بس حاسس ان انا ممكن يكون الاثنين قدام رجل اكتر يعني مثلا لو طلع سنتي على وجه الحضور باستخدام المسيره بتاعته ما اعرفش بقى سنين يعني عموما يعني التمرينه الخاصه دي فماشي احنا اتكلمنا عن سنتي، اتكلمنا عن الرجل، بس احنا نقدر نقول ركزنا على ذكره بشكل مكثف بعد المباراه. ستيفي كان 0-0 هي المثال كان 0-4 ستيفي خلص الماتش بعد كده 0-0 الريال اللي جزء الناس بتكشف على اول الجيل هنا، لكن ستيفي غاب يعني كان ماتش 0-0 ستيفي بقى 10 جول كمان كان فاضل زياده بس ستيفي سجل حضور يعني سجل الحضور قوي 10 بالله ما اعرفش جابوا اكتر من كده. انت اصلا لسه محافظ على التيم كويس، قدرت انت وصلت مع ستيفي ل 10 كيلو، انا حسيت ان هو مصمم يعني حصل دبل كيل يعني زحمه حصل كويس وفي 10 كيلات اتنزل في التيم مع 3 اسيست، انا ما اعرفش دي يعني انا اخر حاجه افتكرها دي دبل كيل في 3 كيلات تانيين اللي خدوا امتى فين ازاي قادر استوعب. لما انت قلت لي 10 كيلو سبيدي فده بتتكلم عن 10% ده لا سبيدي 10% ده مشكله لكن مش جريد ده مش بوينت تمام. بصراحه اللاعب سبيدي طبعا من بكل الحب والتقدير طبعا ليه اللاعب سبيدي وكل مشجعيه، هو لاعب مخضرم قدر انه يثبت نفسه على مدار مواسم سابقه، لكن الوحوش الناعمه نقدر نقول او المتغيبه على مدار المواسم القريبه على عكس
Welcome back to MPL MENA Season 8 Grand Finals here with Shefin and Connie, and we are going to the draft picks right away, Connie. Look at this.
Right away?
It's already been done. What's up?
Yeah, right away. Okay, right.
Yes, yes.
Dangerous grass here, Chefin. So a different flavor, right? We got broken walls earlier in the first game, and Now we will have dangerous grass, and let's see here. Will that affect the pick? Seems like so far not yet, right? It's still the same here so far. Will it be the Gatot Kacha last time around? X-MENA got the Gatot Kacha here, or picked the Gatot Kacha in their first pick. And let's see here, right? Zushin, Yisunshin, Gatot Kacha. Will it be a similar draft here coming from X-MENA?
And I don't see them changing it up here, Connie, even though the Uranus is getting banned. And right away, the Gatot Kacha will be the option here for X-MENA. The question would be, like, is it gonna be the same approach for Team Falcons now that the Uranus has been banned? Maybe they spot the problem with their composition. It looks like it's gonna be the Arlet, and this might be a free trend, and there you go. That should be the better composition that I actually predicted the Arlet to come through earlier for the Blue 3 for Falcon Esports, or Team Falcons, but they didn't pick it. Now they went to go for that route. For Team X-MENA, there's not necessarily a good laner against an Arlet in this case, and I'm not sure what to pick, and it's gonna be the Eve, the pick that I mentioned earlier too. So Team Falcons and Team X-MENA drafting a bit more, I guess, like counter towards the opposing comps.
Yeah, they listen to you, Chef, and with the Arlet and the Eve pickup, and yeah, I mean, very natural, right? You against the Fredrin of Matilda always is a possibility, and Team Falcons quick to ban here. They will deny the Phobius. Now they are trying to limit the EXP because they got the EXP laner themselves. So yeah, especially Arlet, they locked into Arlet. Phobius is somewhat of a counter, with the Infernal Pursuit. And it seems like for X-MENA will still be the same. Last ban here, like the first game, will be the chip. Question is, X-MENA, will they lock in the Granger again, right? And I don't mind the Granger here. Sure, it's somewhat vulnerable, but at least it has some range. And Speedy, wow, he displayed a very, very great Granger game last game, so why not give him the Granger again? If it ain't broke, don't fix it kind of vibe.
Yeah, but they have the option here to pick the XP laners first here, just because of the fact that the Arlet already showed up, and this should be a bit visible for Team X-MENA right now on which EXP they want to pick. Something that brings stability here, and also a body in front, because the gold laner is most likely going to be a marksman.
Blue?
Maybe an Esmeralda is a good pick here. It doesn't really necessarily lose the lane, but they went to go for your route here, Gani, towards the Granger.
Yeah, because technically Team Falcons has not picked up the gold lane, so if they delayed it, perhaps the Granger will be denied, right? There's always that possibility. That's gonna be the change there. The Halkert roam and the Claude. So they want to dive a composition. Technically, all 5 heroes from Team Falcons can dive here.
Yeah, Falcons. Looks like they're digging deep here with Halkert. Wow, I like this, especially against 2 marksmen and an Eve. I think that should be a really good pick for Falcons. It's a matter of how a troll can use it, because it's not necessarily a troll here if we think about it. It looks like it's gonna be the Hilda just to bring a bit more stability in the XP lane. Doesn't necessarily lose the lane against Arlet, and in fact reads it, and it doesn't get bursted down easily. Now, Falcons, I like this more, but it really depends on how this Halkert will be used, right? And also how Sano will be able to maintain the gold lane pressure towards the Granger. Because Claude and Granger, I think it's a bit more of a skill matchup until level 4 hits, and the Claude is gonna stack up the items. That should be a natural counter for the Granger. We'll see though, if Team Falcons can utilize it to the fullest.
Let's see, will they be able to counter, or will they be able to utilize that again? But that will be locked, right? The 10 heroes that will be deployed into the Lanadon for game 2. And ladies and gentlemen, will it be a revenge for Team Falcons and make it a 1-1 equalizing in the series? Or perhaps will we see a 2-0 a breather at least for X-MENA. Lanadon, here we go.
Yep, we will see if Team Falcons can show their claws and retaliate against Team MENA. We are starting it right from the base here, Connie. As Troll immediately, if Troll has been watching Blowski's stream, it should be trying to spot up some of the members from Team X right away, and he's already stacking up on the first kill right there, and gets the passive from the Roam Boots. Some pretty good maneuver coming from Team Falcons.
Yeah, pretty good maneuvers indeed. And again, right, we can see here the spells at least. Let's do a spell check. Alpha with the Hilda will pop the rocket sprint. Oh, that's going to be early. 2 knocked up there. 2 members knocked up. And let's see, that's going to be Throwboy though, joining very early. Coffin very low. Still able to hang around though this time. No first blood in that exchange.
Early level 2 already for both roamers, a bit earlier for Troll. And the Rice Grim, there should be another mock knockup for Coffin, and look at that. A lot of damage already from him.
Uh-oh, gotta be careful. Alpha is already in the flanks. Pops the sprint. Unfortunate there. And Troll is able to get away. So that's a spell wasted at least. That's info. That's gonna be Troll trying to deal damage at least. Alpha trying to be a nuisance. Uh-oh, Troll will not be able to escape this time, and that will be a quick punish from X-MENA here below 2 minutes.
Yeah, and it's all the result of X-MENA handling the mid waves, right? The mid trio is the name of the game in this patch. When you have an Eve against a Jushin, normally you just want to poke down without even clearing the lane, and that really wins you the mid trio. And having a health rate, it does kind of help in a way, but it also kind of disables you when you miss out on the skill shot, when you're not really poking the right way. The Katot Gacha in an Eve, that should be an easy punish for X-MENA in the early game. Right now, Troll looking to be a bit more aggressive here.
Yeah, no sprint. That was the info, and seems like they will be able to punish Alpha this time. Uh-oh, 1v4 now. Not a good number. That's going to be the Katot Gacha in trouble. Will be taken down. Real world relation committed, and Throwboy was isolated in the front as well. Another kill on the board for Team Falcons.
That is so unfortunate after the fact that you lead up towards that early game lead with the mid trio, but now you lose out on it. Alpha might get taken.
Nasty early damage. And that should be like acknowledged here by X-MENA. They cannot go in, freely with this sort of composition, especially in the early game. That's gonna be goodness. Great call there with the combination of Dark Knight Falls, and Speedy was not wise there to be in that position. Punish. That's going to be the final slash. Quicker from the armor. That's going to be Troll though. Punished. Kwanok taken down as well. AOG not landing. Boye comes through. Rice Cream isolated. No way Rice Cream escapes this. And that's going to be another kill for Sanji. 72. 3 minutes in.
This should be Falcons gameplay here. Just play a bit more sporadic with the Hellcurt, because most of the team is not really used to playing against the Hellcurt. Sanji getting stuck.
Real word inflation there. Great position, but that's going to be Throwboy. Ooh, clutch Traceless to get away from that damage right there, and he is able to stay alive. But still, it is 2K gold lead for Team Falcons in the first 3 minutes.
Yeah, I look at the KDAs already coming in from some of the members of Team Falcons. That is too much already in a 4-minute span. Sanji already 303. 6 kills participation in a span of 4 minutes. This is just what Arlott brings you in the early game, and especially when you pair it up with an early game hero also in Coffin and also a Halton. It can just roam around, give some utility, give some TC, and also bring that surprisingly decent early game damage from Arlott from the Vengeances, from the Final Slash. That is stable already from X-MENA.
No clicker. That was the info. That's going to be all under The turret, rearward collision, place AOG lands too. Dark Knight falls here, committed. That's going to be Sanji though in trouble. Trying to hold on. Sanji is able to stay alive. X-MENA though will shift their focus onto a Stroll, who's able to keep his distance. And now, with the turtle up, X-MENA will go for that. No Dark Knight falls, I believe, and that's going to be Coven here, looking for an angle. Throwboy pops the Mountain Shocker, and that's going to be, again, X-MENA here taking their time. They want to clear the mid first. Mountain Shocker not landing. That's fortunate for Team Falcons. They go in again. Team Falcons look for an angle. Final slash. Troll jumps in. That's the damage coming through with the Blazing Duet as well. Rice Screen taken down. Throwboy could hold on, but that's 1, 2, 3, and soon to be 4 members off the board. PD last man standing, and he isn't able to escape. That's going to be the early wipe pass for Team Falcons.
Yeah, and it's a bit too early too for X-MENA, man. 5 minutes and 30 seconds and already a wipeout coming in from Team Falcons. 4K gold lead already been masked for the Falcons. They're just rolling through X-MENA with this early game composition. It's like early game execution in the first game is actually not like for losing on a draft for the early game pressure and still wins it out with a 3K gold lead out of it. It's a sign of Falcons' competence compared to X-MENA in the early game. And when you draft something like this, it's much easier from Falcons to realize. And I gotta say, Kanye, something tells me
under the turret will be able to be taken down. That's no marksman. Take a look at the top here. Perhaps an interaction could come through. Yushin versus the Claude. The bottom side though, it will still be Sanji taking a lot of heat. That's a solo by Seno. Throwboy will be taken down in the top lane.
Oh no, Throwboy's living up to his name, man. This is not good at all. 5K already in 6 minutes. Like, I've said this a lot in MPL Indonesia broadcast, but it really might be over with this kind of composition. There's really nothing that can stop Troll to be so aggressive, especially when the Petrify is, which is something that doesn't really come often in MPL ID. We usually, or Beloski usually, or Moeza, some of the players that we have usually prefer the Flicker just because of the fact they can gap close and get away freely once you pop out the Stinger. But Troll uses to go for more kind of a safe route in getting the kills. This is a safe route in staying alive, but it's not the objective of a Hellpoint. You want to stack up those bounties because you are, at the end of the day, the rover, right? You want to be the trade towards some of the bodies that X-MENA have, especially in the late game. So, Team Falcons, they build up a really decent lead here. Look at the KDAs already from all of the members from Team Falcons. The only one that has died so far is the rover, and that is really, really ideal. Team X-MENA though.
Yeah, you can see the gold cap already building up again. And with Sano here, right, with the Claude, very different with the Moskov, very mobile, I gotta say, with the Claude, able to get in and out of fights, get in and out of positions as well. So, yeah, again, Team Falcons looking very scary here in the second game, and it does feel like it's gonna be a 1-1 series here on the board soon if Team Falcons doesn't make a mistake or a huge blunder. Should be theirs, but let's see here. X-MENA, their winning condition is right now is just turtle, right? Get as many as farm as possible, especially towards Speedy. And I guess now Kwana, right? Throwboy is just pushing here. Oh no! You might see a 2v1 here. Seems like Troll will not jump. Oh, there you go. That's a Dark Knight Fall. Traceless pop. The cavalry jumps in! And now you see Throwboy and now you don't. That's going to be Alpha next on the chopping block and will not be able to survive. Troll picks up another kill. My goodness. Team Falcons on point here. 9 minutes in.
But Team X-MENA, they're not really on point, Connie. You give on the blueprint. All they have to do is turtle in the face because of the fact that they have a lot of brave player here. But by the way, Chris,
But again, Quanok very low, taken down. Surely that's going to be the damage coming through from Speedy. Not enough. Garage Speed sandbagging. Final slash. Oh, very slick from Sanji. Is able to get away from that fight and will pick up another structure in the top lane. Team Falcons again, very different here if we compare it to game one. They dominate game two. Take a look at the goal lead and the minutes, right? It's catching up.
Yeah, not looking good at all for X-MENA right now. Thankfully, as you mentioned earlier, Goni, they're probably not that bad with the fact that they have an Eve, they have two marksmen that's just gonna scale up to the late game. They also have a lot of deaths and notice that they can use to clear out the wave, but how long can you hold on when Team Falcons is the one on the driving seat here? There's also some pretty, underrated sieging potential here, although it's not really technically a full a direct siege maneuver. The Dark Knight Falls can be utilized to pretty much zone X-MENA away, even though they don't really have a lot of information on where the Team Falcons team members are, you know? So Team Falcons, they have a lot of room for error, especially the fact that Troll does not have the bounty, as I mentioned earlier, as they're gonna take their time here and try to get the mid turret just slowly but steady.
Slowly but surely, the Lord is marching top, and it does seem like they just want to trigger that holy shield here. They will get it. No further action here from side of Team Falcons. Very diligent. And X-MENA here seems like they want to defend. A real world relation committed. AOG lands on towards two members, but the damage isn't there, and Rice Cream will be punished. 5v4 now. They will seize the top. That's going to be the Zushin jumping towards the back. Cuffman will be punished alongside the Feredrin, but they got the base turret. That's going to be Troll taken down. Throwboy will be off the board as well, but Team Falcon stands with 3. Meanwhile, Speedy will defend all alone, but seems like with no minion waves coming, Team Falcons will just munch on the jungles of X-MENA.
Yeah, it's a bounty taken from Coffin, but it is very much worth it at the end of the day. Top lane turret gets taken down, and inhibitors is always very much value. Look at this. Even though they got quote-unquote good punish with the AOG towards 2, but they don't really have the vision to work with. So a lot of members of X-MENA is very much hesitant to follow up the calls coming from the Gatakaja and Sano with a good punish towards the backliner of Team X-MENA. This Claude is working out quite well for Sano himself. So far, no deaths at all, and he's rocking the sprint, so he can get away quite easily from some of the damage that Team X-MENA is going to put out onto him. Now it's a matter of how can you maintain the lead, right? You have this much gold lead, that should be a nail in the coffin towards X-MENA, but we've seen a lot of breakdowns in MPL Indonesia. Hopefully Team Falcons will not do the same.
Very steady here for Sano. You mentioned that he is still deathless, and yeah, very clean and very bold as well, the way he plays his Claude, right? If he sees an angle, he goes for it. And that's what you love to see. If you play Claude, you want to get that play, you want to get that angle. It seems like the call is X-MENA will concede the Lord here. They will just have to be satisfied in taking a structure bottom side, and Team Falcons, they can't afford to lose a structure or two. So yeah, so far so good. Though keep in mind here, right? After this Lord take, perhaps the gold gap is perhaps going to be double digit or in the tens of thousands. So got to be careful there. Enough damage profile definitely for Team Falcons to end the game and make it a 1-1.
Yeah, honestly, if they don't end it in this point, I would be very surprised. Troll though, looking for the Petrify play, but I don't think he has enough damage to burst down even the backliners of X-MENA at this point. They're gonna play it a bit safely here, but a bit too safe. They're not really utilizing the They managed to use the wave to their favor, and now Team Falcons, they have to make an opportunity of their own.
Let's see, Dark Knight falls, jumping, that's gonna be Quanok down! No high ground defense, and that's gonna be collapsed of the century. Sano finds a blazing duet play. That's going to be Speedy again, last man standing. But take a look at the main base. Team Falcons showing their heart here in the second game and make it a series 2-1, 2-1. Wow. Great display, great determination, and well-deserved win.
Now that's what I want to see from a team that hasn't dropped a match this season. You know, of course, there's still a lot of things to fix, but let's see some of the signs of discipline that they have. One of them is one of the moment was when Troll has this opportunity to punish the Yi Sun-shin in the top lane, but he waited. You know, even though Yi Sun-shin already or Throwboy already popped the Traceless, he still didn't want to go for the Petrify combo, but knowing the fact that his teammates were already on the way, he wants to make sure that they get the kill, even getting 2 in the process with the Hilda as well. You know, there's a lot of signs of them being super patient about their approach, even in the siege potential as well. You know, they didn't really panic in the fact that they didn't use or they didn't utilize the load properly. It kind of lulls you to sleep towards X meta, and they managed to spot one little mistake coming in from the Eve, and that's an easy punish for the Hellcurt if the Eve is not really in a full HP. Wow, great match coming in from Team Falcons, and hopefully they will be able to carry that momentum onward, because, you know, this is, as I said earlier, like, I was wondering how the hell did this team go undefeated in the regular season and in the playoffs when they were playing like this in the first game, but this is my guy.
Yeah, I think they, again, I think they turned it up a notch, right? With that Hellcurt pick, it allows a lot of map control to be theirs, and they showed that during fights, during all, they were able to capitalize on that Dark Knight Falls most of the time. And here I feel like where, you know, they really got the control. They were able to find the fight, they were able to get the turtle, and it's just done and dusted here. It's a wipeout. After this, X Meta were in the back foot, and I feel like no chance after that fight were given to recover from, you know, that mistake or that punish from the side of Team Falcons.
Yeah, for sure. As you can see here, the first death coming from Coffin, even though the bounty has been taken, is still pretty much a worth it trade. Sano gets some kills, Team Falcons get some turrets too, and this is just masterful play coming from Troll. Just immediately punishes Monarch. That's, you can't really say that he's overextending as a Eve, you know, he's just trying to poke down some of the waves that's coming in from Team Falcons. He's doing his job, trying to make sure that the inhibitor turret's still intact, but unfortunately that was way more than enough for Troll to capitalize on that micro mistakes. As we're gonna take a look at the stats here, damage for tower comparison.
Wow.
That's from even though they took down some towers, it's mostly because of minions, Connie.
Wow. Again, very, I guess efficient, right? Is the word here from the side of Team Falcons. Very efficient. And again, the Zushin even built the Skypiercer because he knows that, Coffin knows that, I'm ahead, you know, why not add a little more sauce to my build? And that's gonna be the Skypiercer on the board, 8 kills on towards his name as well. And again, a different, we mentioned as well, Chefin, that in the drafts, you know, 5 heroes from the side of Team Falcons, they can dive, and they showed that, you know, we saw Sanji with the engage, we saw Troll with the engage as well. Even the Zushin was able to pop and engage as well. So they were able to utilize that composition, that dive composition very well.
Congratulations to Team Falcons overall. That was
Congrats, man.
Kind of expected with the way they drafted, and something tells me, Gane, you know, a certain hero will get banned here in the third game just because of the fact that it changes the whole dynamic of the map. You know, the bus checks the Bush owning, when you have a Halford in your team that's already been snowballing and have a lot of map pressure, it is a surefire way to own the map. But MVP of the game is going to be Coffin, the mid laner of Team Falcons. Overall, a
Yeah.
pretty, I guess, standard and also safe game coming from Coffin. Only one death so far, and that was a trade towards the inhibitor turret. It's very much worth it at the end of the day. He's already stacking up a lot of Sky Piercer stacks as well, and yeah, that's why Jushin has been very prio in this meta. Just brings you stability in the mid lane and gives you mid prio. Even though Milford is not really the best hero out there to in terms of especially the sustain and also the level 1 damage to secure the mid prio, but when you have a Jushin, they can pretty much zone people away. Even technically you are on the losing lane against a Eve, it is still worth it to pick it, you know?
Yeah, again, they got compensation, right? But with the Fredrin pick, I think it allows the Helkert pick to shine as well. And again, props to Zushin here. First 5 minutes rotation. Wow. Everywhere, technically, right? Of course, apart even the jungles, right? Take a look at that red buff invade. So yeah, the Zushin or Cuffin here, not Sheffin, mind you, because Sheffin is an EXP laner, but yeah, Cuffin was able to influence or impact here, at least, not at least, well, even the first 5 minutes, Cuffin was able to give out a lot of positionings that, of course, the advantage here built up. And yeah, again, Zushin, you mentioned it being prio. I agree. Now, I feel like X-MENA can switch sides. Maybe they want the Zushin themselves later on, game 3.
Yeah, but obviously, I'm not sure, man. Maybe, even though we mentioned it a lot, right? The flex towards the gold lane not being used a lot in MPL MENA playoffs so far. In fact, the only team that used it is GK Esports, and also another team in the first day that they got eliminated 3-0, all of them, man. So, is it really wise to bring the flex here towards the gold lane? But it seems like the perfect time too, right? Because the opponent will not be able to expect it. So that's why I think the Yisunshin is still as prio as the Jushin. You know, just to bring out that surprise factor, as people would say, respect the unknown. And so far, that gold lane fighter is, I guess, a bit unknown too for the MPL MENA region. But that remains to be the question, man. We'll see what's going to happen in the third game. I expect the Hellcurt will be banned in the first phase, just because of the fact that, as I said earlier, it just changes the whole, dynamic of the map.
Definitely a big or a chunk of that influence, that impact was because of the Hellcurt, right? The tempo, the Dark Knight Falls, if the Yishunshin pops the Mountain Shocker and then followed up by the Dark Knight Falls, it's just neutralizes the map, the vision is no more. And with the composition, like we mentioned already, with the dive comp, a lot of avenues from the side of Team Falcons to engage a fight. You can use the Flicker Final Slash, you can use Troll to jump in, you can use even in certain angles like we saw earlier, the Blazing Duet, jumping in towards the back if there is an angle. That sort of composition is very, very nasty. Combined with a Hellcurt, yeah, it's, just communicate. Yeah, I'm ready. Dark Knight Falls ready. Pop it, and yeah, all 5 members can jump towards the back or jump on you. We saw that from Troll. In that last push, finding Kwanok, an important figure during defense, no Yves, and yeah, it's just GG. And if they're able to go for that same approach, game 3, Team Falcons maybe might have the advantage on a 2-1. So it's their job, X-MENA, to deny this sort of composition from Team Falcons, man.
Yeah, maybe I thought initially the Eve was a good pick just because of the fact that I didn't really expect the Hellcurt. And to be honest, for X-MENA, I don't really blame them either to not expect the Hellcurt, because so far in the playoffs, this has been actually the first Hellcurt game in the MPL MENA Season 8 playoffs. So it really just bring this kind of curveball onto you.
Wow.
So maybe MENA, this is not in their game plan. This is not in their scouting report towards Falcon Esports. There's a reason why Falcon Esports or Team Falcons, they are the #1 in standings in the regular season, and also hasn't dropped a match at all this season 8. And that's one of them is having this deep of a bag. Troll all of a sudden pulling out the Hellcurt, not really going for the usual roamer standard picks like Kacha or those safe picks like Grok or Hylos. This kind of picks are needed when you're trying to play at the most elite level, Gani, and when you're trying to secure the high level matches.
Definitely. And let's say, right, again, a potential pick. Again, if you want to talk about Rome, Kalea, it was banned for 2 games. Perhaps if they want to ban the Hellcurt, maybe that allows Kalea to be open later on. But let's see, it has been game 1, game 2 at least. Blue side for Team Falcons, red side for MENA. Will that change here in game 3? Perhaps, right? Perhaps they see the Zushin especially getting MVP in that second game. Perhaps they want to utilize that Zushin. And you mentioned the Yusunshin. Maybe they ban the Yusunshin to get the Zushin maybe later on. A lot of avenues definitely for that third game. But hey, I want to see it later on, game 3, Chefin.
Yeah, I gotta say, for Team Falcons, I don't think they're worried about Throwboy's Yusunshin, not necessarily because of the fact that Yusunshin is not strong as a hero, because so far Throwboy has been, in a literal way, throwing a lot of kills towards Team Falcons, and it's kind of sad to see, man. Like, this is one of the most, the rising prominent stars of MPL MENA, the one that proves, at least in the regular season, that usually MPL MENA brings out a jungler, like the imports, right? The Filipinos coming in to carry the jungle, but Throwboy is there as one of the anomalies. So like we try to prove that this MENA junglers is as competitive as the imported junglers, but this is the output so far in the first 2 games. Not really the greatest of debut, or not really the greatest start in the MPL Grand Finals Season 8 here for Throwboy. Hopefully he can recover, or maybe he wants to go for the Boyet's route here and just try to take the utility jungler in a way, Gani, because that brings a bit more stability.
So, hey, Chefin, before we jump into the third game, let's take a short break, right? Game 1, game 2, it's all even Stevens here for Team Falcons and MENA. Stay tuned. Let's take a short break.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Under her brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul spawns of decay! Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
Merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
Desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Their brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay. Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. The curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
Welcome back to MPL MENA Season 8 Grand Finals here with me, Shefin, and also Gani. We've been through 2 games so far, and the score is 1-1. It's all equal here to the decider on who's going to M7 right away and who is going to represent MENA in the wildcard of M7, Gani.
Yeah, I mean, guys, game 1, it was X-MENA who got the dub, but Team Falcons, game 2 was, wow, dominating. The gold gap was huge, structure was, I think only one was taken down in the bottom side of the map. So yeah, a very clinical and clean game from the side of Team Falcons. Will they be able to bring that sort of momentum in that third game, Shefin? Is what I'm trying to look out for. And also, will they switch sides here? So far, it has been blue side for Team Falcons, red side for X-MENA. Will we see the first change in the grand finals sides-wise, or perhaps we might see the same all 3 games?
Yeah, I feel like changing side should be one of the options here for Team X-MENA. But considering what happened in the first 2 games, I feel like the initial plan was to stay on the red side, right? They want to be a bit more reactive rather than be active to decide what's going to happen in the Land of Dawn. So that's why they are very content on letting go of the Jushin. It worked out in the first game, but I feel like that Team Falcons kind of did it to himself. But in the second game, that early Eve pick that I mentioned in the first game was punished heavily by the Hellcurt. Now the question becomes, can Team Falcons keep up the tempo and also win the early game when the Hellcurt, when that curveball is not going to be there in the third game, potentially, because there's no way, right, Gani? They just let go of the Hellcurt when you know that it's working so well for Troll, right?
That's a good question, Shefin. The Hellcurt, will they respect it, or perhaps will they have an answer to it right now? So are they baiting a Hellcurt pick while they have something up their sleeves? That's also a possibility. Maybe don't give me that look, Shefin, because okay, because I thought you gave me a look, but yeah, there's a possibility slightly, perhaps X-MENA has something up their sleeves. But hey, Team Falcons, that Hellcurt pick was, I feel like you mentioned the curveball. I think that was a difference maker there. I think that pick shook them a little, made them a little bit unstable, right? During fights, making calls, because there's always that thought, right? Dark Night Falls coming around and perhaps bite you in the face, and we saw that second game where that Dark Night Falls was almost and always able to be capitalized from the side of Team Falcons, right? Remember that Throwboy gank top lane, technically is solo. It was helped by the other rest of the team, but that sort of approach with the Hellcurt on the opposing team definitely needs to be checked in the third game if they do opt for the Hellcurt to be let go, or perhaps they have something else in mind, right? Again, I think Dangerous Grass was a big part of why the Hellcurt pick was, again, just amplified that pick as well in that game. More bush controls, more angles that they can tackle, and that's why they set up a 5-hero dive composition as well. Again, just enhances that Dangerous Grass map. And let's see here, so far it's a different map. Game 1 was Broken Walls, Game 2 was Dangerous Grass. So will we see the same year, like a repeat, or perhaps we might see a different one like Flying Claws? Perhaps we might see that here in the third game.
Yeah, just more, I guess, like varieties that we need to see in this grand finals here. Best of 7, so it's gonna be pretty interesting. Oh man, I gotta say, Donnie, with the way game number 2 was building up, I'm not sure if I can expect game 7 here, because X-MENA, they were completely outclassed by Team Falcons. Granted, I think the draft really favors Team Falcons by quite a lot too, but again, they gotta recover. They gotta hit the reset button that Team Falcons was able to do after the first game. That first game was a complete mess up from Team Falcons. They were winning the early game. You mentioned it, 3K gold lead initially for Team Falcons, and that Lord fight that was super questionable just gives X-MENA a lot of advantage to work with. And that's something that looks like Team Falcons was able to fix in the game number 2. And I kind of expect them to keep up the momentum here, even though without the Hellcurt pick, it would be just slightly more difficult here, because X-MENA, they haven't been executing the game plan quite well, even though the odds are in their favor. Throwboy, I'm looking at you, man. You gotta lock in a little bit, especially when you're using the Eastern Shin, man. No more just traceless towards the front and getting yourself killed. You gotta, just gauge your potential in the early game. Not much items that you can work with, and also just gauge how you use the Mon Chakra, because so far, usually the Mon Chakra has been used towards the frontliners, right, Gani? And it didn't really ended up getting a kill. Just sometimes the best adjustment out there is not really the in-game adjustment. It's just lock in, be more focused.
They definitely got to lock in, and of course both, right? Team Falcons, their job is not done here. They just equalize. It's not like they won the grand finals just yet as well. So both teams, I gotta say, need to lock in and step in as well, because X-MENA are no pushovers. They were technically Ultra Legends were able to create an upset last season. So if Team Falcons underestimates, perhaps gets a little bit too complacent here, they definitely can be punished. So now, you mentioned Throwboy here, especially that second game here that Yushin wasn't able to, I guess, shine, right? In the first game, arguably, the first 10 minutes was a little bit tough for Throwboy. But after 11 minutes, right, he was able to provide the damage. He was able to provide the engage or slash the Mountain Shockers very well. But game 2, it wasn't the case. It was Throwboy just struggling to farm, struggling to find their retributions earlier on, struggling to just do the job description, for junglers. So again, a lot of adjustments needs to be made here for Throwboy. Will he rock the Yushin Shin again for game 3? That's a little bit, that's still up in the air. Or maybe, if they do switch sides, if they do end up switching sides, that Yushin Shin will be taken for Boyet. So we might see that happening as well, But hey, the third game is in front of us,
any other expectations from you, Mr. Chef Fine?
Oh, I gotta say, if they do switch sides, I do expect Boyet to step away from the Fredred because it's kind of weird, Gani, the fact that you have this import from Philippines, from MPL Singapore, has an actual, super competitive experience there in MPL Singapore, but you only placed him on towards the Fredred, which is, it's not bad by any means, but sometimes when you bring in a player that's a bit more special than the others, you wanna utilize them to be the one that carries the game. But it looks like Boyet go for the more standard route here, trusting his teammates, and to be fair, it kind of worked out in the first 2 games. Not really the first game, but in the second game, it worked out perfectly, especially with the fact that Troll was able to dominate the jungles or the bushes of X-MENA with the Hellcurt, man. Oh man, I'm super pumped about the 3rd game here. I feel like there's a lot of changes that can be made for both teams. At this point, like, is it gonna be like, because so far it's a Jushin towards the Fredred, right? That's been the recipe for Team Falcons, which is kind of weird. I'm gonna look at the track record here from Team Falcons on what they drafted. It looks like Jushin is definitely the main weapon of Team Falcons, but so far Boyet has been playing mostly the assassins in the upper bracket finals. The Yisun Shin comes through, the Joy comes through, Hayabusa, even the upper bracket semifinals. There's to be fair, actually there's 2 utility junglers that's been used. It's Baxia and also Rakai, but Fredrin, like, this is a debut pick for him in the playoffs, which is quite surprising too, Sometimes you pull off this strategy that's super unbeatable in the playoffs and you keep using it. Sometimes you just save it until the end, until the real game that matters a lot is right in front of your face. And this is the grand finals, the Hellcurt coming through, the Fredred coming through for Boyet, and it worked out for Team Falcons.
And that's the thing, right? I think Team Falcons, they have prepared a lot of scenarios here, especially or specifically for the grand finals, right? Maybe they stay strat, or maybe they just prepare this sort of approach here. Just for grand finals, just to throw the opposing teams, no matter what, off, and seems like X-MENA was the receiving end of that Hellcurt. Now, again, it's still up in the air, Chefin. Will they respect that Hellcurt instantly, like immediately, game 3, or will they let it slide? And perhaps they have something up their sleeves, and you know what? I think we can still beat the Hellcurt, but with a different composition, not that composition earlier. There's always that possibility. But if Troll has an opportunity to get the Hellcurt again and the composition is set up right, go for it. I think Troll was one of the biggest factor why they dominate that game in that second game, and it shows. It's for you guys as well, who's watching. If your roamer can go for the Hellcurt, learn the Fredrins. I think that will allow that Hellcurt pick to shine. I think with another tanky build hero in that jungler, I think the Hellcurt compensates. There's compensation if you pick up the Hellcurt, and you saw what Troll did in that game. Neutral objectives were easily taken, right? Especially if we're talking about the 2 first turtles, right? And then you can snowball from there. So you can replicate that sort of gameplay if you have that squad, and if you have that roamer that can rock the Hellcurt, or if he wants to develop the Hellcurt game, unlike me. Thank you.
Like you, Gani. Okay.
Unlike me. Unlike me.
Oh, unlike you. Okay. I was wondering, like, oh, wow, he got Hellcurt already in his bag too. Like, oh, respect the grind, Gani. But apparently, no, you're still sticking with the Kufra. And to be fair, Kufra has been used finally by Bolowski this today.
He won, by the way. Your team.
But Yeah, but speaking about MPL Indonesia, we can kind of draw some parallels here, Connie. So far from all of the teams in MPL Indonesia that has brought the Hellcurt into the Lano Dawn, usually the instantaneous response from the opposing team is just abandoned, right? Whether it's Aloyski, the one that's established the Hellcurt roam for the longest time, whether it's Mueza, not really the most proven Hellcurt user out there, but after a game that he used, he performed beautifully, immediately gets banned. Even Alec, a rookie, not really a rookie, I'm sorry to say this, but one of the, I guess, like, not really known roamer out there, one of the young bloods of MPL Indonesia, he gets the respect once he used the Hellcurt. I think it's a problem of the hero itself rather than the user. Once you are decent enough to be playing the Hellcurt, I don't think it's gonna be left open for these teams. But we'll see though. Again, as you said earlier, not everything can happen, especially in this region, because I've been casting MENA has been a bit of a routine for me over the few seasons here and there. I saw some weird picks here and there too. I saw some Clint Pryo back then when one of the grand finals that I've casted. I forgot which one. I saw just multiple of peculiar picks, not the one that we usually see in ID or PH, and we love to see it, man. We love to see some more colorful drafts, some more improvements, some more, I guess, like
variety,
variety and flavor in different regions. That's what that's what makes Mobile Legends beautiful. The identity of each region is just differs so much.
Yeah, I agree, and I think with this current patch, it allows that, right? A lot of flavor, from the roam. You can rock the damage roam. You can rock, conventional roam. Like the XP as well, right? You can go in for the damage. You can also go in for the big boys like the Uranus, So a lot of variety in the junglers. You can go utility. You can still go assassins as well. It's very balanced, which I really like. And in this patch, the gold lane, this is something new. I feel like it's, especially when the patch is already gold lane EXP. Maybe back then when it was just 2 side lanes, we get to see a lot of 2 fighters in the in the lanes, in the far lane and in the other lane. But now we are getting a lot of fighters in the gold lane as well. So 2 fighters getting the snowball. The idea is you get the snowball early and just go crazy, not allowing farm for the other gold laner, which let's say is a marksman. So yeah, that seems to be the idea, and it seems like, well, actually, if we're talking about ID region, it has worked a lot for most of the teams, especially the top tier teams, right? That fighter gold lane who really understands the concept, who really understands the winning condition. But it's just still too specific. I feel like if let's say Sano is more comfortable on the gold lane, the conventional marksman, go for it. We saw what he did on that Claude, untouchable, and the mechanics is definitely still there. He is just super sharp, and yeah, go for it. If that's your power, if that's your comfort, stick to what works for your team. You can try here and there, but if it doesn't work, just shrug it off and go back to your comforts, man. Same as you guys who are watching, in the chats. Ranked games, if you have your squad, just be flexible. You if you can follow the meta, follow it. If you can't follow the meta, if you have some sort of strong your own flair, your own composition, go for it as well, because I feel like that's the beauty of this patch as well. That's the beauty of Mobile Legends. There's a lot of avenues to be the winner in the Land of Dawn.
Looking like someone that doesn't really adapt to the patch, Connie. Oh
Hey.
man.
Hey, that's the thing, that's why I love my Kufra, man. I love my Kufra. But hey, I added Gatot Kacha this season.
Oh,
appreciate
look at
yeah.
that! Donnie added got that catch up
Yeah.
for finally a new hero outside of the three that he played so far in his
Hey.
career, man. Yeah, we need
That's
more
character
heroes, bro.
development right there. That's character development for me.
For sure. Yeah. What do we want to talk about? Do we want to talk about our rank games?
I'm just,
Because it's not.
Hey, yeah, guys, in case you're wondering, I'm a roamer main. Chefin here as an EXP laner main. But, can play the Hayabusa. But yeah, he's a EXP laner. He's an XP laner.
My bag is way deeper than yours, guys. It's not just about. It's not even just the jungle, bro. Are you just trying to rage bait me, bro? Because bro, out of all the casters, at least the English one, right? I'm the most flexible one, right? I can play all 5 roles, right? Don't play with me.
Can play. Don't forget the.
I might be able to play the Kufra better than you.
Oh,
you want to check it out?
That's a
we have a new mode, by the way. Shout out to
reach.
Mobile Legends. Shout out to the devs.
That's a
we
reach.
got a one-on-one mode. So maybe I can prove my worth to Gani and prove that my Kufra is better than his. Even though, a 1v1 Kufra match is probably gonna take at least 10 hours to be able to get settled, bro. How would you even win with that? Just build a Sky Garden helmet allowed in a 1v1 mode? Like that seems like some kind of like a loophole that you can use when you play pretty much every hero, right? You just back off when you're super low and try to win the numbers game.
Yeah, perhaps, right? I personally haven't 1v1 anyone in that mode, so
You can be my first.
Come again?
You can be my first, too.
Oh. Okay, Sheffin wants me to be his first 1v1 by the way. But yeah, guys, all jokes aside here, we are about to jump to the mall and we are about to see the situation, right? We are about to see the situation here on Team Falcons and MENA.
Yeah. We're gonna draft, we're gonna jump into the draft in a second here, guys. Be patient and just enjoy the vibes here, just like all these viewers in the Mall of Egypt. We mentioned it earlier. All the MENA players are Egyptian, so they got the technically home court advantage, but also Team Falcons is probably one of the biggest orgs in the world, not just in MENA. So they're not short of the support of the fans here, even in Egypt, even in the opposing crowd country. We're still setting up the drafts, and hopefully we can get it on in a second. But yeah, there you go, right on cue. The Angela button right over here for MENA, as we're gonna decide the map here. Which one are we going to play? And it seems like it is going to be
drum roll. Oh, it's still rolling.
Still going.
It's still rolling.
It's still going.
Oh, okay. We will get to see a different vibe. Yeah.
Rivers in the desert, in the Egyptian desert. So there's gonna be some pretty potentially contested picks here. Mainly the Khalid, very on brand in the MENA region. I expect the Khalid to be one of the prior heroes here just because of the fact that it is enhanced much more in this kind of situation. You can rotate around much freely, and you already have a really good initial roaming around potential. But Gani, look at this, 4 bans already, and we are not seeing the health crit so far. But MENA, that's an adjustment, because so far 2 games, Boyet has been rocking the Fredrin, and it worked out in game number 2.
Yeah, it seems like that's gonna be the approach here. Yeah, I think Troll was able to use the Hellcrit because of that Fredrin jungler, right? So now MENA is asking a question, if say I take out the utility and I take myself a utility jungler in that Baksha, I don't think you're going to be bold enough to take the Hellcrit. But let's see, right? Team Falcons though, CC Yisun Chin question mark. Are we going to see that side here from Team Falcons?
Honestly, Yi Sun-shin can still be picked in the red 3 just because of the fact that Baxia will most likely go into the jungle unless Team X-MENA wants to flex it towards the roaming area, which is, I think, is a bit more inferior to the Baxia jungle just because of the fact that the utility is really not much. You have to really rely on your shield unity, and the second skill that you're supposed to spam towards the jungle becomes much less useful. Now, Team Falcons, they went to go for the early Farsa here, expecting a solid backliner coming in from X-Meta, but they went to go for the the Lapu Lapu, and also the Eastern Shinto. It's going to be the roaming Baxia. Now, Team Falcons, what do they want to respond here with? Huh.
Wow,
Interesting.
yeah, it seems like they will flex that Baksha instantly, right? Because Team Falcons did not pick up the Yisun themselves, so acts like, okay, let's just flex it, let's just take it. The question is, you mentioned the Baksha in their roam being more inferior. Will that be a problem here for X Meta? Joy is definitely a good shout here. Seems like it's still a viable option. Is Boyet comfortable enough though, especially in this current patch, right? It does seem like they will lock in the Akai. So yeah, it seems like you mentioned Akai being in the hero pool here. We're talking about playoffs. It seems like he will rock it again. Akai good for turtle takes or neutral objective takes. So let's see, will they be able to capitalize on the heavy spin for neutral objective takes?
But oh man, it's a bit too straightforward in a way for the Akai. A good ban, by the way, coming in from X-Men, just erasing that potential only vengeance combo with the heavy spin from Boyet. But so far, Boyet 3 games and 3 utility junglers. This is pretty interesting. As I said earlier, you usually want to put those carry heroes towards your imports, but it looks like Falcon, they brought in Boyet to bring us stability with the utility junglers.
No.
Falcon Esports or Team Falcons, they are focusing towards more of a mid lane ban here, knowing that the Farsight has already been locked in, and there's not much range heroes that Team X is left with here to deal with some of the heroes from Team Falcons. And by the way, do not rule out a flex towards the gold laner, because even though it is an Akai in the jungle, because you have this range in the Feather Extract from the Farsa, I think it's still on the table. But I do still expect the CC to go to the XP lane just because of the fact that it is a winning lane against the Lapu Lapu, but they went to go for the one that already works, Connie, for the longest time for Team Falcons. It is going to be the Granger and the gold lane for Sano. So yeah, this is the recipe that they use to get the spotless streak so far in Season 8.
Yeah, playing with range, right? With the Farsa and the Granger, you have a healthy physical damage dealer and a burst magic damage dealer. Keep in mind, the Helkert is definitely a shout as well, but now with the Sicilian and the Alice, I don't think that Helkert is a good pick here. A lot of tanky units from the side of X Mena. So now with this, right? Is suppression the answer here? No, it seems like not the suppression. It's just going to be the Cho. So they want to pick off members before entering big fights.
Oh, I gotta say, this is a bit ballsy coming from Falcon, but Troll is definitely known for the Cho. Huh. There's not much, I guess, proper targets for the Cho here, because the Sicilian or Quanok will most likely be rocking that Purify. The Tristless is there for Throwboy. And the frontliners from X-Mena is super hard to burst down unless you have a CC that's already stacking up the items or snowballing. So, limited options here, but we finally see the flex towards the gold lane. Potentially the Lapu Lapu gold lane will be used against the Granger, so it's gonna be much more of a maybe a dead lane here until you get level 4. Maybe we can see some actions with the Bravest Fighter, but I feel like the Lapu Lapu will just opt to go for a quick clear towards the objective game, especially in the first fight, Connie, because the Granger will not be able to catch up to the team fight, and he's not going to be able to make a difference when the items are not there yet.
Yeah, let's see. And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it is a 1-1. We will get to game 3 here as we quickly jump to the Lana Dawn. And let's see what will happen. Who will have the advantage here? Will it be MENA? Or will it be Team Falcons who will have the first point to 2 in this best of 7?
Yeah, definitely. Team Falcons is looking for a get back after what happened in Season 7. Not technically the same team here in MENA. It was Ultra Legends, but the core members are still there with Rice Cream, Throwboy, and alike. Should be a pretty a good game here coming in game number 3, as we have an issue that we need to fix before we go to game number 3. So be patient, guys, for a better game to watch, because we value sportsmanship, we value fairness to all the players that are playing in the grand finals here.
Yeah, again, ladies and gentlemen, we are, they are dealing with that issue, but hey, let's talk about the compositions again. It was the Granger and Farsa. You mentioned it being the formula of Team Falcons, getting a lot of dubs, getting a lot of wins with this composition. And you mentioned, Boyet with the Akai is quite strong as well, very prominent Akai player. So is this just comforts here? Is this just a comfort composition from side of Team Falcons, you think?
Might be. That is my question also. Boyet so far has been pretty active in the utility department. He pulled off the Akai once against Team Occupy, I believe, in the second game. And it was a game where Troll played the Cho, and also the CC is there to be used. So that might be the winning formula here for Team Falcons. But isn't it still kind of weird though? Like the fact that you have this tool, heavy spin is usually used to either lock someone down towards the wall or just disrupt some of the incoming engages, right? When you're up against a Tigreal, when you're up against a chip, you want to respond that towards or with a heavy spin to disrupt their engage. But in this case, they have a pretty good control with the current calls. Also, it feels like it's not really the best of combo, even with the Way of the Dragon, right? So I don't know, like what's gonna be the grand plan here for Team Falcons, but they won the matches that they've played with an Akai, so I trust them in this time in game number 3, as we're gonna go finally into the Land of Dawn.
Again, Land of Dawn, here we go for game 3. Both teams look for their second point here in the best of 7. Who will take it? Will it be Team Falcons with the Akai, Farsa, and the Granger comp, or will it be the Baksha Flex and the Alice in the gold lane composition, or the XP rather composition?
Right away, look, we can see some damage trade here. Ice Cream still has the revitalized Troll, might have to use the flicker here.
Yeah, that's gonna be first blood for Quanok, right? That's an early, very fast first blood, and that's very, very unfortunate for Troll. He holds his flicker though. In the bottom side of the map here, we can see the EXP being alpha on that Alice. So we will see Granger versus Lapu Lapu in that gold lane. You can see your green camps already contested. Now that's gonna be a Shield Unity. Oh my goodness! Throw boy! Wow. That's a very, very unfortunate caught there. That's gonna be Rice Cream in a very vulnerable position as well. Another kill on the board. What looks to be a great start for MENA. Team Falcons recovered.
Yeah, for sure. Disrespect, I guess, towards from Throwboy here. The early game damage of an Akai and also a Cho with a Thrill is definitely something that needs to be respected, man. As Troll might be in trouble here. Shield Unity connects, but he still has the Shunpu to get away. And Sanji getting a cheeky EXP lane crap here to further boost his EXP tally. So for early game, it has been pretty, pretty lively, Gani.
Yeah, very much action here. Especially if we're talking about the mid lane, gold lane all quiet though, alongside the EXP here. Just clearing. But the mid lane, different story. We got 3 kills in total. So now it's going to be the first turtle in contention. That's going to be Troll here, half HP. Sanji jumps in with the curtain call. Throwboy again! Caught there with the feathered airstrike. Now that's going to be the turtle taken for Boyet. Rice Cream will be taken down. No level 4 for the Cho, so no way of dragon available there. Guanok is still able to clear and farm, but again, 2 important kills on the board there from that turtle fight.
Yeah, and that's my worry about the Baksha room, right? Once you hit the shield unity, your utility is pretty much almost very much limited, right? All you have that ultimate that can give you a bit of a damage reduction, but that's it. Rice Cream will be the target again.
Yeah, Wave Dragon and Feather Airstrike will finish the Baksha. That's going to be Troll. Both rumors going down. Sano will be taken down there by Speedy. A very, very great play. That's going to be Sanji 1v2 in front of the turret while Speedy gets away. Oh, that's actually that trade is for Axe Mana. A little bit too hasty there from Team Falcons.
Yeah, for sure, especially towards Sano. Like, there's no reason for him to go down in this early of a game. That was a pretty decent setup coming in towards Rice Cream, but they overstayed by a little bit, man. They gotta wait for the items to be able to pop off. Lapu Lapu in the gold lane against a Granger in the gold lane. You gotta realize there is time to everything. The Granger will not be able to keep up with Lapu Lapu early game potential, especially once level 4 hits. Now, it's gonna be a waiting game here from Team Falcon. They're just gonna wait for Team X that has the better early game, just because of the fact that they have a fighter in the gold lane, to maybe make a mistake in the objective game, right? Because I think this composition for Team Falcon is built to punish mistakes, right? To punish overextensions with how much setup they have, and also in a way counter setting. There's a lot of CC immune, but Quantum pulls the trigger on towards the Bat's Feast.
That's again just too hasty. That's again already an important ultimate popped. Let's see the engage though. Alpha trying to hold on. A retribution battle. Oh, that's a great connection. Boyet finds the turtle. Quanok taken down. Boyet now isolated, taken down by Speedy. It's a 1-for-1, but they got the turtle now. Do they want more? No way of dragon. Remember, Troll popped it earlier on, and that's going to be Alpha. Very low, but surviving. Sanji, oh, Cuffin finds an angle to take the Alice down, and Throwboy falls as well. Wow, Team Falcons was able to find the last laugh.
Yeah, they played that quite well, Team Falcons, and there is a reason why they picked the Cho quite a lot of times, Troll doesn't seem to be trolling with the Cho, man. Like, that pick off towards Quanok was very, very crisp. And by the way, Quanok is rocking the flicker. Like, in a way, this is both respect and disrespect towards the Cho, right? Or maybe just the whole team of Team Falcons, because you want to evade the feathered airstrike. You want to evade some of the incoming damage that's going to come in from the mid laner of Team Falcons, but you also got to watch out for the locks. There's a lot of locking potential here from Team Falcons, man. Even the curtain calls will be a very useful weapon towards the backline of Axe Mena. So that's why Quanok has to be extra careful and, realizing when the flicker's up for Troll, when the, the second skill is up for Sanji. Uh-oh, Boyets.
Yeah, let's see, no sidestep. That's going to be Boyet caught here. Heavy spin popped forcefully. That's going to be the Baksha isolated, but no damage there committed. 5 members already from side of Axe Mena here trying to look for an engage, but Team Falcons is able to keep their distance for now. Top lane pushed. Uh-oh, Sanji engaged on. Vengeance pop. That's going to be a lot of damage taken by Sanji and will be taken down. Speedy gets another kill on the board. 4-0 for this Lapu.
Yeah, but honestly, I think the trade is, well, good for Team Falcons. Uh-oh.
Dragon stun, cancel. Troll will not be able to escape that time. That's going to be the Sanguine Claws canceling the Feather Airstrike. Alpha was in a very peculiar position and will be punished. It's a 1-for-1 roam for EXP from that interaction while the turtle is up. Let's see, Retribution is online for both junglers. Boyet, heavy spin, will pop it. That's going to be Throwboy this time, connecting with that Retribution. Sanji! Uh-oh, that's a lot of damage here. Rice Cream is able to find the connection, but Cuffin is able to flicker out of danger. Feather airstrike committed. Speedy overextension there and will be punished. Axe overstayed.
Yeah. And then, oh, gotta wait a second. Sano is getting the execution towards Quanok here. Troll has been locking down some of the members of X-MENA really, really well with the way of Dragon Man. But yeah, back to the point earlier that I was gonna mention. I think Falcon, or Team Falcons initially won the trade when Sano was just farming up a storm in the top lane and also getting the turret as well, while also denying the minions towards Speedy. And Speedy getting 4 kills in early game is not really Lapu, yes, you want to snowball, but maybe getting the kills is not something that you want to do, you know? That is for gold laners, but Boyet getting engaged on.
Heavy spin.
Okay.
Will be able to stay away from that fight, but yeah, you're right. Just give the skills to Throwboy, man. Even Alpha, you know? Give some love towards them. Now, they want to siege here in the mid lane. Is this the right call? Oh, Alpha finding one in the back. That's going to be Sano in trouble, but take a look at Throwboy. Throwboy again taken down. That's going to be Quanok here being targeted. Will be taken down by Troll. That's a big 3-man knockup. That's going to be Falcons with the green light. They want this engage. It will not be able to find a connection just yet though, and will hover around and be patient. At the end of the day, it's a 1-for-2 in favor of Team Falcons. Now they have the idea, they have the momentum here. It seems like they will take their time.
Yeah, it's not looking good at all for Team X-MENA here. They do have the late game insurance in Sicilian, but I feel like it's gonna be, they gotta wait for quite a long time to be able to use that to their advantage, man. Yes, the Bat's Feast and also the Sanguine Claws, so those are gonna hit like a truck later on once you get the penetration items, but you gotta stack up the stacks first. But Troll, though, going on towards Speedy.
Yeah, Speedy with the flicker wasn't able to escape there. Too much burst damage there from Coffin. Now, with a 5v4, I don't think this is a great or a wise decision to fight. Let's see Alpha tanking in front. That's going to be Sanji as well. Getting out! Sano finds the angle to take the Alice down. Wow, again, the coordination here from Team Falcons is just sublime. Throwboy, peculiar positioning. Troll is on him. That's going to be the Traceless towards the back, but Cuffin has an idea. Feather airstrike not landing. That's going to be Lord, though, taken by Akai. Troll will be able to escape. That's going to be the trade of Lord for Troll. Speedy looks for an angle, doesn't find it, and that will be all, folks.
Yeah, it's sporadic for Team Falcons, but they definitely know what to do here because they can play the kiting game, man. They're not really playing with the timer gone in. They're not playing with the window. They're not skill reliant like the X-MENA's composition. You gotta wait for the Throne of Blood, you gotta wait for the bravest fighter, and even then, the damage output will be pretty much limited compared to Sanji, compared to Sano that can throw out damage with the Rhapsodies and also the current calls anytime they want to. First kill of Sanji is gonna be very punishing towards the frontliner of X-MENA, and that is why so far Falcon, even though they play not really the cleanest MLVP so far, but they got the jump in.
Oh boy, caught with a heavy spin. Will not be able to escape. Surely 1 HP with the curtain call and will be taken down by Granger. That's going to be the collapse though. Alpha finding a kill. Both mid laners going down. Mid turret taken. Rice Cream looks for an escape, doesn't find it. Speedy though will escape. It's a 3-4-1 again. Now X in the flanks. Alpha looks for an engage. Awkward one. That's going to be a free kill for Sano. 4K on the board here. Gold lead wise for Falcons. They want the mid. That's a lot of burst damage coming from 3 members of Team Falcons. They got the kill, they got the wipeout, and they got the turret as well.
Yeah, and once again, yes, they do have the late game insurance in Sicilian, but sometimes even though Sicilian is a bit more, I guess, like, he doesn't need a lot of peels, right? But he does need a bit of setup that can help him to be able to be relevant much faster. But the roamer of X-MENA is a Baxia, which is pretty much utility limited, especially in the late game. It already falls off as a jungler. It falls off even more as a roamer because right now he's just a walking sandbag, right? And the punish is gonna be easy, especially for Sanji, man. True damage is gonna be bursting down towards the Baxia like hot knife through butter. We'll see though in the live cam here. It looks like they're trying to set up for a split push, but they do have the Mountain Chucker to spot up everyone. So Throwboy finally playing a bit more safe here after 4 or 5 kills already on him. Not really the greatest of starts in these 3 games of Grand Finals, man. All on Yisun Shin, by the way.
Yeah, all on Yisun Shin for Throwboy. Alpha, oh, that's a lot of burst damage. Oh, taken! Sano finds the kill. Rice Cream cancelled, way of dragging on towards the Sicilian. Thank you very much, says Sano. And that will be Rice Cream isolated as well. 3 members quickly deleted by Team Falcons.
Wait, isn't this endable? There's still a bit of waves here. Can't they clear? Speedy still has the bravest fire.
They will concede the mid turret though, and seems like Team Falcon says, yeah, that will be all. We'll focus on the Lord. Oh, great reaction there by Cuffin. Stylen to deny the connection of that Mountain Shocker. And now with 5 members practically up, it will be a free Lord for Team Falcons.
Yeah, and this should be an easy one coming in from Team Falcons here. A lot of siege potential with the Granger and also the Farsa. It definitely outweighs the amount of damage that Quanok can output, especially with the fact that he already died 5 times so far. And you don't want to do that as a mid laner. Troll has been pretty much trolling Quanok so far. You gotta target his back, this Sicilian man. And the fact that he's rocking the flicker will not help him much too. We'll see, Falcon knocking on the doorstep.
Yeah, that's going to be the quick engage. That's going to be Quanok down. The Lord is still up. Alpha off the board as well. The win is definitely within their sights. Now that's going to be Speedy flickering towards the back, but that's not enough. Ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be another wipeout before Team Falcons soars again in Game 3 to claim the first team to get to 2 points.
Gotta be completely honest, man. It's a difference in quality. I gotta say, right from the get-go, even in the drafts, it feels like when you pick a Sicilian, you're just really banking on that late game potential. But again, on the other side, you also have a late game in Team Falcons. You have a Granger, you have a Farsa, which scales much faster than a Sicilian. It is just not a viable strategy, especially in a grand finals like this. Oh, goodness gracious. And yeah, I can see why they are getting worried there. Some of the members of Team X Meta, even though they have a lot of support coming in from their families, so far not really the greatest of performance. Team Falcons, they definitely hit the reset button in the first game, man. I was wondering, like, what the hell? You know, why is this team so good in the regular season and also hasn't dropped a match so far? You know, in game number 1, it feels like it's just a fluke. You know, it was just an error in the draft, and also maybe the jitters of them coming back to the grand finals facing the same pretty much enemy in season 7, so they overthink it just a bit too much. Now this is Team Falcons that I'm talking about. 10k gold lead in almost 2 games, very much dominating the game so far.
Yeah, I mean, you know, their job is not done yet though, Sheffin, right? Yeah, they were able to display 2 dominant games, that they gotta stay focused. They gotta stay locked in if they want to win the grand finals here. And seems like you called it right with the composition, like the Granger, the Farsa, and the Akai. Yeah, it's just GG, you know. And yeah, Sheffin, I wonder now, you know, Axe tried red side, now Axe tried blue side, but they weren't able to capitalize on both sides now.
Yeah, it feels like the sides is not really the main problem, man. It is just the adjustments going through the drafts, right? You know, the fact that they flex the Baxia super early, like it is just already a red flag in a way. I guess they just don't want to give out the Yisun Shin towards the opposing team. When you have a Yisun Shin that doesn't really perform in the first 2 games, why would you give them another Yisun Shin to play with? Boy so far has been super underwhelming, man. For a guy that's one of the rising stars in MENA, one of the best junglers that they have in the regular season, this is just not up to par of the standards that he has in the regular season.
Ooh, man, Chefin. Um, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, what a show, what a showing from Sano as well on that Granger Chefin. Um, I have no words, right? I genuinely thought that they were able to at least delay, at least buy time for the Alice, for the Sicilian, just a bit, just a bit, just to have more time for that Sicilian to really pop off, just to have that Alice more items as well. But no, Team Falcons were sharper, and especially in the like last three fights, they were able to find the right connections as well. Troll finds Quanok there with the flicker as well. I feel like that's where that's the nail in the coffin. Without the Sicilian, there's no magic. Technically, there is Alice, but like there's no crowd control. There's no sure magic fights as well, and the Bat Feast eliminated, right? So with that, it allows Team Falcons to engage more. And yeah, after that, I don't think they were able to bounce back, And with that Lord, I think they played it perfectly as well. They know well that the gold gap is there. They have enough damage profile to end the game. Again, just good quality, good quality of MLBB. They're displaying here in the third game. Well-deserved win for Team Falcons, definitely.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like right from the get-go, the winning condition of the composition of Team Falcons is just much, much easier to execute, man. When
I
you have
agree.
a CC, when you have a Granger, it is just super easy to cycle your skills. On the other side, it's a Lapu-Lapu, it's a Sicilian. You gotta wait for the items first for the Sicilian. Yes, you have the early game advantage with the Lapu-Lapu. What? But you're kind of playing with a timer in a way, right? Because
Yeah.
Lapu-Lapu won't be as relevant as the CC, as much of a trouble as the CC in the late game, you know? Oh, brother, this is just, yeah. There's got to be some huge adjustments that they need to make here, X-Mena. It feels like they're just flexing the box shit just for the sake of giving Throwboy the Yisun shit that does not work at all, and
Yeah, I agree.
setting themselves a coffin. They're just willingly going to the coffin and bury themselves under the ground. And MVP of the game is gonna be Sano with 14 kills, stacking up on these Sky Piercer stacks here. I believe he was on max stacks as well, which really shouldn't happen at all in the professional scene, man.
Wow.
Yeah, this is just for sure complete domination.
Yeah, beat down, you can say there, in the second and the third. But yeah, I mean, full item Granger and a lot of engaged tools from Team Falcons that can be utilized, right? And with that in mind, I mean, the first 5 minutes you can see Sano. I think his main focus is just farm, and yeah, that's gonna be it, right? Even he get a little bit action there during turtle fights, I believe, and with that, it's Sano again displaying his sound mechanics in MLBB.
Yeah. Well, we get some scouting report on Sano. Apparently, he's comfortably the best gold lane in MENA, I believe, from what Yasu said. And I believe the rotation towards the middle is when he actually died, Bonnie. So not much of an action. Well, you can call it an action, but in a bad way for Sano. But it's overall a very clean game for this Granger. Only gets picked off one time. After that, it's just pure, I guess, like, he's just playing it safe, man. He knows after the punish that Speedy had towards him, it's just time to lock in and be a bit more careful. And to be honest, as I mentioned earlier, there's not much lockdown. There's really not much utility that can punish the backliner of Team Falcons. Both Coffin and Sano pretty much had a real estate in the back of the composition here, right? The only thing that can really deter them from being dominating this game is the early game potential of the Alice and also the Lapu-Lapu. But it's not really utilized to the fullest for Team X-Mena, and that's gonna be game number 3, man. And once again, and as I was saying after the second game, it looked like this is building up towards a 4-1 victory towards Team Falcons. Game 1 was just a fluke, maybe. Because so far, these two games, they were dominating completely. comfortably, you know? Like it is just an outclass in every factor, in every aspect for Team Falcons compared to X-MENA so far.
I mean, based on the last two games, yeah, I agree. I think it's, I think there's a gap, between the two teams. But if they get a little bit too complacent here and there, if they get a little bit too overconfident, overextending, let's say, and fighting when it is unnecessary in later stages, perhaps we might see Axe bouncing back, and that is what happened in game one. 11 minutes in, they were able to get the lead. They were able to establish a very healthy lead, Team Falcons. But after one fight, they were scattered. The Axe capitalized and they got the dub. So Team Falcons, if they're able to at least stay disciplined, they know how their win cons and they're able to execute it. Yeah, just don't blunder. If that's the way to go, maybe we get to see a 4-1 game. But if not, I think there are definitely chances here for X-MENA. Remember, they are on home ground. You mentioned it a couple of times already. So, there's definitely some morale boost there. But hey, sometimes, I personally, I used to compete sports. When I'm away, that's where I like playing away more than home sometimes. So, but yeah, that's again preference.
I haven't been playing competitive anything in so long, but I kind of get what you're saying, Connie. Sometimes it's a bit more satisfying to shut down the opposing crowd rather than please your home crowd, right? I play basketball, so I think for me, hitting a game winner in a away game feels much better than home game,
home turf,
right? Because you just want to prove all these haters that's against you that you're wasting your time coming here. Nah, just kidding.
But yeah, I prefer silencing the home crowd than listening to the cheer of a home crowd. I think that's the word. That's the way to put it. That's my take. That's my preference, at least.
For sure, man.
But hey, game 4.
Yeah. Look at the left-hand side. I would be in that position too if I were to be down 2-1 after a two game domination from Team Falcons, man. You gotta really rack up your brains to think of something, anything that can give you an advantage, because they really do need it right now if they want to qualify immediately towards M7. And by the way, guys, even if they do lose in this match, in this best of 7, they still qualify to the wild card. So it is still a ticket towards Indonesia, not to the grandiose stage of M Series, though.
Yeah, they have a chance though to get to M7 through that wild cards. The team that loses this grand finals, but the team that wins automatically, right? Say hello to M7. And as it stands, Team Falcons are ahead. So let's see. Will they be able to stay sharp, stay locked in, right? Just to get that first win after the third game, or after the fourth game here. If they're able to win here, they are at championship point. One more point later on. But let's see, will X-MENA deny that opportunity and make the series to a 2 apiece, Chefin? Again, seems like from the facial expressions here, they're trying to recover, they're trying to reset here. But yeah, it seems like the draft is about to start soon, Chefin.
Yeah. I feel like it's a different situation here for Team X-MENA. If they do have something in their bag that they haven't shown yet, it wouldn't really make sense, right? Because I think at this point they should have shown it already. They're down 2-1 in the grand finals of MPL MENA Season 8, it makes your life a bit more easier if you win this one. You don't have to qualify through the wildcard to get the DM7. And you get more money, by the way, 30,000 grand or 30 grand for you if you win MPL MENA Season 8. Second placer will get 13K, I believe. And finals MVP gets some bonus as well in diamonds and also, you know, real money as well. So they're not gonna turn down that offer, right? Because it's double the money, even almost triple, by the way, if you combine with the finals MVP price. We'll see though.
Exactly.
Still with the same expression from X-MENA player, man. They are thinking super, super hard right now. It feels like they are at the end of the tunnel and there is no light that's coming to greet them.
I mean, they still have an opportunity, Sheffin, you know? But I think that's just a gesture of locking in, you know? Let's see, though. Let's see, right? The drafts. Let's talk about the drafts here. One went down, at least for that third game. No Hellkurt was banned, no Hellkurt was picked. But the Baksha flex from the side of X-MENA. We mentioned it being too greedy, we feel, right? So if they do stay on blue side, if they want to pick the Baksha, just put it on jungle.
I think that should be the ideal route here for Team X-MENA, man. But again, I'm super worried about the draft for X-MENA, man. The fact that Boyet so far in these 3 games has been rocking the utility, and they are fine and dandy, man. There's really not much, I guess, like, contest, not much competition going on against from X-MENA. With this kind of picks, it's worrying, you know, because he hasn't even shown you 50% of his bags, and you already down by this much. Yes, a game number 1 win sounds quite nice, but it really just feels like a fluke at this point. Just Team Falcons not really drafting a proper composition around the Fredrin, you know. It's just pretty much lacking in damage, and they're lacking in discipline too. Game number 2, they were definitely gaining a lot of confidence, you know. So I wonder what you know, what was the huddle look like what was the conversation, what really made them be able to hit the reset button so fastly, you know. Because after going down like that in the first game, when you throw a game, when you have a 3k gold lead in the late game, it should be hard for you to recover from that position, man. But yeah, shout out to Team Falcons, one of the best orgs in the business. And yeah, I was gonna actually see, like, how is Team Falcons PH doing in MPL PH?
Team Falcons,
I'm gonna look it up.
They survived, man.
Did they not qualify for the playoffs?
They survived, bro. MPL PH. Yeah.
Did they? Okay, I'm gonna look it up in a second.
Yeah. They secured 6th seed. So they made it to the playoffs.
Yeah. All I know from Team Falcons,
bloody season.
Yeah, Team Falcons PH is the fact that they won a game against Aurora Gaming, because so far Aurora is a 13-1, I believe. Yep, 3. Yeah, they won against Aurora. Damn.
Yeah.
That is definitely achievement to be had in MPL PH, by the way.
Yeah,
a lot of. Oh yeah, it's already beginning.
The dangerous grass here, the map is going to be dangerous grass, and last time round, dangerous grass, right? There's a Hellkurt surfacing. So will that happen again? It's going to be the Harith in the gold lane though this time, with the Granger banned out. You know, I think Sano says, okay, you ban my Granger, I will bring out the Harith. So that's double magic there with the Harith and the Farsa up. Will we see the Hellkurt? That's going to be the big question here. So yeah, they went for the Baksha, at least for now, Rome. Oh no, they with the hover with the Franco, they're going. Yeah, okay. So yeah, Baksha jungler right now. So at least it won't be a Baksha Rome, Sheffin.
Yeah, it's interesting that Team Falcons did not pick the Gacha super early in this draft, by the way. I feel like the Gatot CC combo is just an automatic, almost a surefire way to lock down 2 members of the opposing team, and that gets you win most of the time. But looks like it's gonna be the Brody. This should be an easy Gatot Gacha, right? Because, It's gonna be a glue room, looks like, from Troll. Whoa. So, yeah, it's a bit straightforward. You know, you're trying to punish the Baksha in a way, right? Because Baksha is very prone to getting CC'd by the glue. Even Franco will be on the table too for the glue in the early game, unless the Franco has the flicker and, you know, can outplay with the Iron Hook towards the turret. But yeah, this is really interesting, you know? But I gotta say, I do think the Gacha would be overall the better pick here.
Yeah, I think right now, you know, I think Troll is just. I think he's been given a hero. I think given a hero that will be annoying towards Throwboy here. And for the first time in the grand finals, Throwboy will play not the Yisun Chen, will not play the Yisun Chen here. So let's see here. Will the Baksha be able to equalize the series, or will Team Falcons stay ahead, soar again in game number 4 this time round, and potentially claiming championship points? Lanadon, here we go.
Okay, so I actually looked up some of the history that Troll has with this glue. He played it against Twisted Minds, and he was up against a Baksha and also a Hylos. So a better value in that match, but it is still gonna be the a valuable pick here against the Franco and also the Baksha. We'll see if he can you know, punish those two together. He's rocking a flicker, which is the usual route. You know, if you want to be a bit more annoying, sprint might be something that you want to put on towards the glue, but it's a bit more straightforward. We'll see if it's going to work out in this match.
Seems like. Oh. Okay, first minutes is up here, and well, 4 flickers from the side of MPL. It's clear that they want to fight here more to close the gap, or perhaps keep their distance. But with the glue, it's so annoying, right, Chefin? Especially if you're on a Baksha, if you're mounted and you don't have the shield unity in your hand, you're basically a goner, especially with the damage, say, Sano for full item, Coffin full item as well. So yeah, they got to, or at least Throwboy needs to be aware of that.
Yeah. Thankfully, I think it is still like a Baksha, right? It's still super tanky, especially when once your ultimate is there. So Throwboy surely it's not gonna be the main target anymore from Team Falcons here. Maybe Team MPL. Oh, gotta watch out little here.
Yeah, that's the engage there. Very, very intelligent pick off. Troll spent the flicker, but Wanok paid the price. That's going to be Team Falcons here with a 5v4 advantage. We should have more control in the turtle. Throwboy, though, with the shield unity, looking for an angle. 3 members already on him. That's going to be a heavy spin to ensure the turtle take. That's going to be Alpha taken down as well. That's going to be a mount from Glue. Throwboy is going to be the target. Boyet, though, taken down. Now, with the mount, it's going to isolate Troll a bit. And that will be a punish. So at the end, it's going to be 2 kills for Axe, but they got the turtle.
Yeah, it's a bit too greedy coming from Team Falcons, but I understand where you're coming from, right? They already have the momentum in taking the turtle. They want to have a bit more after Troll insists that he can mount on towards one of the members of MPL. But what they don't realize is Boyet is on an Akai. Like, when you have an Akai, most of the time, what you want to do is secure the objectives. They did that, but the utility from the Akai will be very much limited, right? You only have the first skill and second skill to enhance your damage, and it's really not by much, especially towards the frontliner of MPL. They gotta play a bit more disciplinedly here. Team Falcons, they do have a bit of a lead after the first turtle, but they cannot throw it.
Okay, quick Sky Piercer in hand of Quanok. Let's see if he's able to collect the stacks. You're looking on towards the rotation towards the bottom side. Sano discovers it though. Played safe here towards the back under his own turret. And that allows Alpha a little, Sanji here to play aggressively, knowing a lot of bodies were committed in the bottom side of the map. So it's gonna be a quiet fight. Oh, that's gonna be Alpha popping his region. That's again just a quiet game after that first neutral objective take.
Yeah, they just want to play it slow here from both sides. I like the way that Falcons are very much super aware of this Franco's potential, especially combined with Brody, right? This is just a surefire way to win the lane. It's already a winning lane against a Harith because of the initial base damage of the Brody. Now you combine it with the Franco, Sano has to play super carefully here. Troll gonna be the target here.
Yeah, Throw Boy was able to connect on that shield unity, but no clear follow up there. That's technically a 5v4. Feather airstrike committed already. Vengeance popped. That's gonna be Quano caught there in the back. That's gonna be Quano going down. Heavy spin popped. Now, Rice Grim very low. Should be taken down here with a mount. That's gonna be Troll collecting a kill. Sano pops the Shaman Force, but Speedy dies elsewhere in the mid lane. 3 bodies of Axe Mena on the floor. They're looking to see to the mid. That's gonna be Throwboy taken down, and that's gonna be Turret falling. Turtle secure as well. Team Falcons here shifting their gears.
Oh man, Troll, like, I thought his window was gone with the fact that he was pretty much steered away from X-Mena's turtle pit at the time, but he still has the flicker, and that slam pass combo is working out quite well with the flicker so far, Gani. As we gotta take a look at the replay here, it's also set up by the curtain calls of Sanji, man. What a beautiful combo, and Boyet with follow up as well towards Rice Cream. And even Sano joined in the fight earlier too, so he is much more activated early. What's gonna happen there?
Troll was taken down there. If you take a look at the PIP in the bottom side, a little bit too aggressive there, a little bit too ambitious, perhaps, from that glue. Quick to punish there from X-Mena, which allows the structure in the top side to be vulnerable, and X-Mena will claim it. So it's a trade technically. They lose the bottom structure, but they take top.
Yeah, it's still an okay trade to be conceded for Team Falcons here. As once again, this is a Lapu, so it's gonna fall a bit towards the late game. The CC will have a lot of advantage, especially with the fact that there is technically 3 frontliners from X-Mena. That should be a way for them to punish Troll. I think there was a concealed play, but it got spotted out. Good one there coming in from X-Mena. And Team Falcons, they're still playing disciplinedly here, knowing that the Franco is still lurking in the dark as they try to just trade again. These 2 teams playing it intelligently, Gani.
Yeah, it seems like Speedy is very comfortable here on this Brody so far. Taking another structure in the bottom side, so 2 tier 1s will be taken down. That's going to be a hook and the hunt connecting. 3 members is definitely too overwhelming for Sanji. Will be taken down. Boyet, though, will sidestep from that potential engage. The bottom side looking juicy. Will not commit there. It's going to be the clear here from Boyet. Turtle is up here. Seems like, yeah, Axe Mena will shift their focus towards the top side of the map.
Oh, no.
With a flicker, looking for a play, doesn't find the connection. And that will be a huge information that Troll no flicker.
Yeah, for sure. Boyet has to rely on the ultimate to be able to secure this one. It looks like doesn't want to go for that one. 7%.
Yeah, Feather strike committed as well. That's going to be damage though from Troll. Oh, Troll. Very low, mounting one. That's going to be the heavy spin pinning 2, including Speedy. No Brody. That's going to be the connection on towards Alpha as well. Rice Cream off the board. Take a look at Throwboy. Isolated in the front. 5 members. It's definitely too much for Baksha to handle. He will take the roamer down though. But that will be a wipeout for Team Falcons.
Raid 1 coming in from Team Falcons, even though they lose out on the objectives, so they lose out on the potential shield 2 provided by the turtle, but they somehow, in some way, was able to win the team fight. Coffin did have to use the flicker to get away from the ultimate of the Kimi. Now Team Falcons, they have a pretty solid lead to build on, and they also have a lot of late game potential here with the Farsa and also the Harith. And you might think they're kind of lacking in physical damage, but no, Sanji will be there as the frontliner shred here, as we're gonna take a look at the replay on what really happened at the time. Alpha, I don't think he went for the best of targets, but Boyet is the one that really turns the game around in that team fight, man. 2 men a pin down, and technically 3 provided by the current calls as well, right? Because when you pin down one guy, you pretty much pin down the other too.
Yeah, definitely. Unfortunate there for Speedy. That's a hook landing on the panda.
Oh, what?
That's going to be the Hunt connecting. Oh, in the back, that's going to be the Lapu Lapu looking for an engage. Quick cover, quick peel. But take a look at the front. Rice Stream mounted. Winter Crown, Alpha top falling. Troll will be next as Quanok secures it. 1 for 1 so far. It seems like Team Falcons has had enough. Let's just go back 10 seconds on the clock for the Lord, and let's shift our focus there.
Yeah, I gotta say, in a team fighting potential kind of situation, I think a trade for a Lapu Lapu for the glue is actually worth it for Team X. Obviously, economy-wise, it's not good for Team X-Men at this point, and also the fact that Team Falcons will just try to convert on towards the neutral objective here. This is a winning trade at a time for Team Falcons. And it's gonna be Nakai and Boxia objective battle here, so Boyet will have the advantage.
No
the ultimate for the bikini.
Yeah, no ultimate. That's going to be the Shaman Force pop. Feather strike as well. Take a look at the back. That's going to be Troll jumping, pinning as well. Troll Boy isolated, taken down. No retribution for X-Men Speedy. Mounted. That's going to be Speedy off the board as well. Take a look at Alpha trying hard, trying his best, but it won't be enough. Asano collects the kill, and Alpha, Throwboy, and Speedy will be off the board as Team Falcons will claim the Lord.
Yeah, it is just hard. Like, it's not as, you know, I guess like invincible. And you thought this combo of a Boxia and also the Franco, if you play it right, it's gonna look invincible. But Team X-MENA, they didn't really play it right, man. They gotta wait for Rice Cream to get a hook on towards pretty much anybody at this point, because they have 2 marksmen. I think they have enough damage to be able to burst down some of the frontliners of Team Falcons, even though if it's Troll. So they gotta be a bit more patient, especially with the fact that it's an Akai and a Boxia. Even though you have the advantage or you drag down the Lord onto its position, it's not gonna be beneficial for you, because most likely Boyet will use the heavy spin to get you away from the objective fights, right? So Team Falcons, great job in that exchange earlier, but Team X has to be a bit more patient and pick their targets, pick their spots correctly in this kind of team fights.
You definitely have to be more wise in picking fights here. They got to deal with the Lord now.
Oh no!
They're airstriking the bottom side. That's a little bit too premature, I feel like, but they will take the tier 2. And the mid lane is quite vulnerable as well. That's going to be the fight. That's going to be the engage. They're looking for the collapse. That's going to be Cuffin off the board. No Farsa. Rice Stream flicker out. They jump in. Feather airstrike. Boyet backs away. X-MENA will find the recovery right here, right now, as Sano is vulnerable. And Quanok will secure the kill. 3 members now. 3 important members off the board. And X-MENA will take a breather.
Oh, it's, I think, just pure miscommunication. They didn't really communicate properly. First of all, on the engage on the bottom lane earlier. Quanok, I believe, didn't have the flicker, so that's why Boyet pulled the trigger on towards the Kimi, you know? But, or actually used the flicker after the initial engage, so that was a resource burn down, right? So the main objective is just to be a bit more conservative with your resources, right? Because you already have your heavy spin popped. Sano already used his Summon Force pretty much to no one, you know? And the Feather Strike is not gonna be there. It has to be communicated, you know? You can just go in without a plan, even though you are up by 3k gold lead. The retaliation prowess is still there for X-MENA, especially with the fact they have 2 marksmen here that can punish you quite easily. Kimi will scale, the Brody will scale. You gotta respect that.
Definitely. And with that, right, Team Falcons cannot be too complacent. Like you mentioned, Brody and the Kimi Wolf skill is that's a conceal.
Oh,
looks for an engage. That's a flicker committed. Ice Cream now. very vulnerable target. That's going to be Rice Cream popping the winner crown. Troll, though, looking for a mount. Take a look at the back. That's going to be Sanji feeding alongside Sano. Alpha in big trouble. That's going to be Troll losing immortality. But take a look at the damage from Sano, who is just free hitting at this point. But they will lose out on Troll, who's isolated. Oh, the hook and the flicker lands on the Lethal Wanderer. So unfortunate for Ice Cream.
Yeah. And now, oh man, Team Falcons, they set that up quite decent, I gotta say, but it's not really enough. The damage coming from Team Falcons, you know, the Harith, you know, it's still a late game monster, but there's a lot of magic defense.
Yeah, that's a hook landing. That's a hook connecting as well. Now the Lord, boy, it is quite low though. Throw boy, applying pressure. That's going to be Quano collecting too as Throwboy collects the Lord. Take a look at the back. Alpha just buying time and will sacrifice his life. They got the Lord, and it will be a 2-for-2.
So 2 times Alpha being the backbone of a team fight, even though, as I said earlier, Lapu will kind of fall off in the late game, but he plays his previous fighter perfectly into team fights. In the first exchange, he was able to zone out some of the members away from Team Falcons. In the second one, it's pretty much the same, you know, most important damage dealers of Team Falcons was not able to get close just because of the fact that Alpha is there with his tankiness and also the little bit of damage that he has, which is still relevant towards the backliners of Team X. You know, they are still a target. They can be bursted down if you have the Warp Axe, if you have a bit of a extra damage with the Fury Hammer too. So now Team X has the momentum. They have a pretty good seat also. They gotta watch out here, Team Falcons, with the hooks as well.
Yeah, you can see the gold gap is decreasing here for Team Falcons. Like 2-3 minutes ago, it was 3K, and now it's just 1.5. So very comebackable here. X-MENA is definitely applying more pressure with the Lord marching the bottom side of the map. And Team Falcons, they look for the defense. Do they have great D though? Let's see.
Yeah, it all starts with a D. Okay, the hook is still on cooldown. Feathered Airstrike could even pop, but it looks like the turret will go down to the Lord. One more hit will do it, but they were able to clear that one just in time. And Team X gotta wait for another wave to take this one for themselves. They still gotta watch out for the hooks though.
Yeah,
We'll see.
Bottom side is very, very vulnerable. Mid lane is where they're looking for. Will get the clear so far here. Team Falcons will just sacrifice the bottom tier. No use in defending that one. 60 seconds on the clock here for that next Lord. Not evolved just yet though. Keep in mind on the clock here, just under 18 minutes unless they delay. And yeah, Team Falcons there. Yeah, basically, gold gap is gone. X-MENA have equalized here in the gold department. 16 minutes in though. We're in the late game, baby.
Yeah, I think it all comes down to, first of all, the initial hook from Rice Cream, like how good it is, like which target does it land to. If they can get Coffin or Sanji, that would be probably the perfect target. I think Sanji would be a bit more valuable here than Coffin, I gotta say. You know, just because the fact that he is the sole physical damage dealer and he is also the frontliner shredder that Team Falcons, you know, the launch shredder that they have. Because Sano so far, he hasn't been using his Man Force to the utmost potential. Like, it's been super underwhelming so far, even though he only got taken down one time, as we're gonna take a look at the items here. It's mostly gonna be full for both sides. They're still stacking up the items for some of the members, but yeah, they're still finishing the items. We'll see Sanji early curtain pulse.
Throw boy in the front. Sandbagging, Feather Airstrike pop. Rice Stream now will be eliminated, losing immortality. Heavy spin pops, Winter Crown just to buy time. Quantum free hitting in the front. Not gonna be speedy though. Looks for an angle. It's still a 5v5, folks, as Rice Cream looks for a recall. No, he will not commit it. He needs one member though. That's gonna be Throw boy. Recalling. That's gonna be X-MENA looking for a delay. They got it right. They have more control in the river. And X-MENA looks for the commitment. Let's see. That's going to be enough. A lot of damage. Throw boy. Quanok will be eliminated. Thrall is
surviving. That's going to be the Lapu-Lapu off the board. Take a look at the Harris just dancing under the Lord. That's going to be Speedy finding a kill, but the Lord goes to the Panda. That's going to be Speedy now isolated in the front now. That's going to be the Harris finishing him off. That's going to be Sanji canceled, and that will be Throwboy in the front. Ladies and gentlemen, a minute ago, X-MENA was on the offense, but now Team Falcons wipes them out.
That was a close one. Look at that. Already 1/4 or a quarter of HP left on the base. But Quanok will be the one that's going to be defending this lane here. Or the Lord with the whole team or 4 of Team Falcon still up. It is almost an impossible task. Or maybe it is an impossible task. But Alpha is there to help him out. Can they do it this time?
Let's see. Will the 3-man defense be enough? With the Lord, evolved one. That's going to be Feather airstrike landing hook as well. Alpha trying to buy time, but Quanok in the back will be taken down. And ladies and gentlemen, it should be done and dusted. It was a tough one, but Team Falcons are at match point.
That was a close one, said Team Falcons. They were flirting with the base HP. They were down actually in turrets one time. A good recovery by Team X-MENA in the late game, but in the end, Team Falcons was able to prevail thanks to their discipline. One more game! Match point for the Falcons here to secure a spot towards M7 in Indonesia.
One more game for Team Falcons. Their job is not done yet, as Oyet was able to clutch that Lord, and they were able to wipe X-MENA out. And it's just GG, unfortunately. 3 minutes ago, it was them defending. It was Team Falcons on the defense with the Lord from MENA, X-MENA. But with that Lord fight, man, it was so sharp. Well deserved as well. But boy, oh boy, championship point for Team Falcons.
Yeah. I think some of the members of Team X-MENA has to realize their value in the late game, right? Especially Quanok, man. In that pickoff, I think the final pickoff in the late game, like, he realized that he doesn't have a flicker, but he is still super aggressive. Even the troll was literally in range for the slam pass combo. That is just a pure disrespect. And also not knowing your value in the late game. You are the main damage dealer. It's not going to be the Brody. It's not going to be Speedy. It's you.
Yeah.
You know, with the glowing one, with the penetration, you're going to be the one that's melting out the frontliners of Team Falcons. When you're not there, the winning condition becomes even harder for X-MENA. And that is why Team Falcons, despite them not having, I gotta say, maybe it's a more 50-50 or like 40-60 on the late game potential here. But, you know, in fact, they still have two marksmen, right? With the Kimi and also Brody. It should not be that bad in the late game, you know?
Shouldn't be that bad.
Brother. But yeah, Boyet was clutch, man. Some of these pins is like... usually when you pick on a Kai on the jungle, you're not really expected to pick off, right? You're expected to be just securing the objective. But Boyet did that perfectly, the objective game, and also a lot more in the team fight. You know, he was much more pivotal. Some of the spins are super important. Look at this. Speedy also getting pinned down as well. Unfortunately, you know, he got kicked off to the right side, even though the combo was on the left side, so... but at the end of the day, Team Falcons was able to get a W, and that is all that matters. One more win.
One more win for Team Falcons to get their revenge from last season. They weren't able to collect or be present at an international MSC last season because of the grand finals, but they are one win away in securing a slot for M7. And again, just wow, this one was the longest series or the longest game we had in the series. Almost 20 minutes, Sheffin. It was so back and forth, especially after minute 12.
Yeah, maybe this is the I wouldn't say winning formula, but X-MENA, they have surely they've noticed by now, right? When you have a late game insurance that's not really uh purely dependent on the stacks that you have, right? So Shilin, I think it's not really the greatest of heroes to pick if you want to secure the late game because you wait for too long, right?
Yeah.
But in this case, when you have a late game insurance, you can still fight back even though you are down by a lot in the mid game. You know, just play with the inhibitor towers that you have. Wait until the opposing team makes some mistakes, which is quite prone in the series so far, even for both teams, even for Team Falcons when they were leading in these 3 games, right? So yeah, that should be the case for Team X MENA if they want to draft a proper composition in game number 5 here. But it takes more than that to be able to win a game against Team Falcons, right? It takes discipline. It takes a lot of just as I said earlier, just be more careful when their resources are not there. Uh, the lack of respect just kills them, man. And Troll, shout out to him as well. He was able to kind of carry the early game to mid game as a glue. A lot of good slam pass combo that he had. But Coffin is gonna be the MVP here with a mighty fine KDA. Not really the greatest of executioner here for 2 and 18, but he doesn't hold that Sky Piercer, so it really doesn't matter, man.
Definitely, right? With an 88% kill participation, 72,000 damage as well, given from this Farsa. Definitely allows a lot of team fights from the side of Team Falcons to be a threat here, solely because of Coffin. And if you look at the items, there's penetration in that glaive, there's Genius One as well, there's magic power. And also there is some security, right, with that Bloodwing. So yeah, very well-rounded build, especially if we're talking about we reached the 19th minute mark. So yeah, you gotta be more safe. You gotta have some security. And first 5 minutes rotations, I'd say pretty much standard, right, from Cuffin, just doing its job as a Farsa.
Yeah, just flying around the map like the Falcon that he is.
Yes, sir.
Man, Coffin might be securing himself some extra moolah here after he gets the finals MVP if he's performing like this, man.
Oh.
Yeah, great job by Team Falcon so far. Even in the 3rd game, they were down by quite a bit after the failed engage in the mid lane, I believe. You know, as we're gonna take a look at the replay here. Alpha, shout out to him as well. Not the best early game, but he kind of redeemed himself in the mid game, man. A lot of good sets with the Bravest Fighter, with the stunts as well, being that nuisance that he is as a Lapu towards the preferred target, especially in him. But amazing coming in from Team Falcons, just 1 game away to be able to be crowned the champions of MPL MENA Season 8 and also bringing the revenge, getting the get back to the old Ultra Legend squad here, which is now X-MENA.
Very, very scary moment here if you're in the position of X-MENA. And well, you know, I think again, job is not done. You know, Kobe Bryant wouldn't be smiling if he's in the position of Team Falcons. But yeah, a very strong back-to-back performances from the side of Team Falcons. Very convincing wins, especially if we're talking about game 2 and 3. Game 4, it looked good for them, right? Again, early, mid, they got the control. They got a little bit too overextended there, but they got punished. So at least they got the dub, and that was, again, guys, it's a 3-1 series.
Yeah, we're gonna see though if it's gonna end up in 4-1 or is it gonna prolong to game number 6 in a second, because we're gonna take a quick break here to freshen up ourselves for the upcoming matches. So stay tuned in the MPL MENA Season 8 Grand Finals.
wretched spores reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
ثلاث مراحل. تمام؟
يعني
نبدأ التحدي. عايز اسمع حماس.
طيب هنعوز طيب الناس ترفع ايديها وهنختار واحد واحد، بس خليكم فاكرين هي ريسكي، يعني هتستكفي بالمية يا توصل وتخاطر وتراهن وتوصل للقلب.
صعبانين عليا، ما خدناش ولا واحد من الناحية اليمين.
من الجنب ده؟
صراحة مقصرين في حقهم.
طيب طب هتختاري؟
اختار.
اوكي طيب انتوا مذاكرين كويس؟ مذاكرين كويس؟ مين فيكم اكتر واحد مذاكر؟ ها؟ اكتر واحد مذاكر؟ طب تعالى اللي متشجع قوي، تعالى قدام الجمهور. لا من هنا.
من هنا.
اتفضل من هنا.
من المنتصف بس بسرعة.
ممكن ماشي اوكي تمام.
20 ثانية. 19 18 17
جري
16
لسه في خلق كتير عايز يشارك.
14 13
عدوا يا جماعة بسرعة، في ايه؟
يا سلام. سبيد ران تحفة. اوكي
طبعا قول لنا اسمك الاول ومنين.
انا اسمي شوقي من القاهره.
انا مبسوط ان هو اول واحد صوته يبقى عالي. اول واحد صوتك يبقى مسموع. طيب نبدا بالسؤال السهل.
طيب
السؤال السهل الثاني. السؤال السهل ب 100 جوهره، بعدين هتتخير تاخد ال 100 واوت ولا تخاطر وتخش في السؤال الاصعب. لو برضه جاوبت صح هيبقى 1100، لو خسرت هتخرج من غير اي حاجه. يلا بينا. نو ريسك نو فن. بالظبط. ورينا لا مفيش استعانة بصديق. طيب أول سؤال هيكون سؤال سهل. اذكر بطل عنده سكيل أو عنده باسيف أو يقدر إن هو يصحي واحد من أعضاء فريقه لو ميت.
رافاييلا.
طب يا جماعة يا جماعة انتوا شجعوا الراجل بيكسب. ممكن تبقى أنت اللي عليك الدور. طيب عندك اوكي خش في السؤال الثاني يا ياسمين.
طيب في خزنتك دلوقتي 100 جوهرة. المرحلة اللي بعدها والسؤال بيقول في الريسكي تشالنج اذكر 3 هيروز عندهم 4 سكيلات بدل 3.
قد ايه الوقت؟ على طول؟ طيب تول زاس يزوم
5 4 3 2
قال وبكده معاك 1100 جوهرة.
حابب تجازف يبقوا 10 أضعاف
يعني 11,000
ولا
انتوا بتضيعوا الراجل على فكرة. الراجل كان ممكن يروح بال 1100. ها هتجازف؟ لا استنى اقول لك، انت لو جاوبت السؤال الجاي هتبقى 11100 جوهره. رقم مغري. نو ريسك نو فن. كرر بسرعه.
ولما اخسر مش تخسر.
مدمنين رهانات مش ممكن.
بسرعه. كرر.
يا ابني. نو ريسك نو فن. يلا
ليتس جو. طيب احنا برضو مش يعني من نوع مشارك، مش هنحاول ان احنا نقرص شويه. لا. طيب السؤال ببساطه، هتذكر عدد واسامي الرولز اللي بيكونوا ظاهرين فوق وانت بتختار البكايه بعد كلمه الاول. وانت بتدرافت بيظهر لك تختار ايه الرول اللي انت هتلعبه اللي فيه البكات. في حاجه بعد الاول يبقى في واحد. هما كام رول وهتذكرهم؟ فكر غير الاول. فكر في السؤال والاجابه اللي انت بتقولها دي هي دي. وكام عددهم؟ بس فكر. انا بنبه اهو بقول له فكر. يلا لا جماعه ده 11100 جوهره. 11100. يلا بسرعة مالناش وقت.
20 ثانية.
5 هم الماركس مان
19
والاكس بي والرومر والميد لين اللي هو الميج. هم دول الخمس رولات
لا ده انا قلت هبدأ بحاجة سهلة شوية. هنديله فرصة 10 ثواني يفكر ولا ايه رأيكم؟
روح رياضية.
فايتر والميج والماركس والسبورت والتانك والجانجلر.
جانجلر مرتين.
ماركس مان هو ده اللي ناقص.
قال الستة. ألف مبروك عليك. 11000 مليون دولار. ما ننساش اعزائي المشاهدين على الكيو ار كود علشان تلحق تتوقع مين هيكسب المباراة الجاية، علشان تكون تحصل على جواهر 100 جوهرة لو توقعت صح.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Their brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay. Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. The curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
Welcome back to Grand Finals of MPL MENA Season 8 here between X-MENA and also Falcon Esports, or Team Falcons that's currently leading 3-1. They are one game away to securing the championship of Season 8 and also a ticket to Indonesia in M7, Gani.
Well, it doesn't look good here for X-MENA, unfortunately, right? Even though they got the first game, they were able to set the tone of the Grand Finals to their advantage, but they could not keep up. Game 2, Game 3, it was a dominating win for the side of Team Falcons. Game 4, a little bit back and forth. It was the longest game of the series, but Team Falcons was able to pull it off at the end, and they are sitting at match point, like you said, Chefin. And guys, in case you tune in, that was what happened before we focus on Game 5, potentially the last game of MPL MENA Season 8. Now, will X-MENA deny that? It's going to be the question here, because Team Falcons, remember their agenda, Chefin. They want revenge. Season 7, they weren't able to pull it off. They were at the Grand Finals, but they lost against Ultra Legends, which deny their opportunity in competing MSC, but one game away for M7. Will they be able to pull it off this time?
Team Falcons, they definitely took notes on what happened in Season 7, man. Not only they took notes, they definitely applied it to their heart. You know, ever since the season starts, we expect the old Team Falcons a bit more, you know, more personalities in the interviews, a bit more fire, a bit more spice. But no, this season, the agenda is literally just to beat this team. Like, this is going to be the end goal. This is what our eyes are setting towards to. And it's been working so far. They're up 3-1. It takes a mountain of effort to, first of all, come back from the 3-1 lead. It also takes a mountain of mistakes for you to blow a 3-1 lead. That's why it doesn't really happen that often, right? You know, the only thing that I can think of is probably in Indonesia. It was like MDL Grand Finals. Like, Geekfam was able to come back from 3-0 down. That's a bit better, I gotta say. Coming back from 3-0, like, how would you feel, Donnie, if you do that?
How would I feel? I wouldn't be able to sleep. You know, I wouldn't be able to forgive myself if I were in that position. But hey, thankfully, I'm not a pro player. You know, so I would not be in that position anyway. But hey, let's see, right? They're locked in. They know they're one game shy in lifting the championship, but they know job is not done.
And we can expect them to let loose a little bit after securing the championship, right? Because they've been holding it back for so long, being super low-key, being super quote-unquote humble. I think they just it's not really humble for Team Falcons. They just keeping the fire to themselves and keeping it just, it's just a time bomb until they get the victory here. Even if they get the victory, by the way, it's still not a surefire win for Team Falcons just yet, because there's still a comeback potential. You know, some things in life sometimes it doesn't go the way you want to. It's Team Falcons. If they don't want to experience that, then still, this is the time to lock in more than ever. It seems like the Angela ban is still very much consistent throughout all the matches that we have today. No Angelas and no Kaleas so far in this Grand Finals. The Uranus will still be respected from Falcon or Team Falcons.
After that first game, seems like it worked out for them, right? Even with, after banning out the Uranus, seems like dubs just keep coming for Team Falcons. So why fix it? Zushin will be banned, so it's going to be the box shot first pick again. Team Falcons should respond with a similar approach like they did previously, and it will be the Farsa and the CC here early up. Mind you, last game it was Cuffin who got the MVP on this Farsa as well, but a quick shake up here. Not the Yisun Shin for Throwboy. It will be the Hayabusa.
I actually like this one better than picking the Yisun Shin, because in a way the Hayabusa also is a bad matchup not really. What I mean is like Lee Sun Shin is a bad matchup against the Hayabusa, right? Because you don't really have a lot of stuff to get away with. You are prominent to get locked down by the Ogi Shadow Kill once the Quad Shadow connects to you. Now what's going to be the answer here for Team Falcons? Do they want to go the utility route? I kind of expected the Akai. It seems like they don't want to change too much here and picking the Yi Sun Shin right away. So X-Mena, they're not really in a rush to ban the Yi Sun Shin, even though it's one of the most prio jungler in the meta. I don't think it's really that prio anymore in this case, as the Akai will surely be locked down in the jungle, right? Unless Falcon or Team Falcons wants to go super crazy here. If they want to go the same route, it should be an Eve ban for Team Falcons, I believe, in the last match. We'll see if it's gonna stay the same, just to better the or maybe worsen X-Mena's front-to-back composition.
Yeah, I like that Eve ban, right? Just go for it again. Go for it again. Oh, a different round, a different one here. Kwanok will not be able to utilize the Kimmy anymore. He was one of the main reason why that game was prolonged, or the previous game was prolonged, because Kwanok was able to find this cheeky kills on this Kimmy. And Axe says, yeah, we don't want another engage tool on that EXP. Arlet eliminated here. Phobius comes to mind, but then, so it seems like, right, they're banning the heroes for troll here. Our roam ban seems like because CC is already on the board for Team Falcons.
That might be the case here, but for Team Falcons currently, is it still gonna be the Harith? No, it's gotta be the Granger here, so they want to kite a bit better, and I gotta say I'm on board with this decision because Sano in that game earlier, his Harith is a bit underwhelming, not wow. Man, they're bringing out the heat here, Connie, and they're still sticking to the glue, even though they're up against Luo Yi. And it's a Hayabusa this time. I gotta say, I'm not the biggest fan of that blue. Huh.
You're right, especially as a last pick, right? You already see all 5 heroes, then you still respond with the glue. It seems like in his mind, right? It's just create chaos during 5v5s. And if he's able to get the Baksha, sure, it's a roamer this time, but it will just dismantle the formation. Perhaps that's going to be the case here for that glue, but I'm on board because there are a lot of options on the board for that roam position. I prefer the other options, right? Not the glue, but let's see. Troll delivered on that glue last game. Seems like he want to use that momentum earlier. Ladies and gentlemen, potentially the last game of MPL MENA Season 8. Let's see. Team Falcons and X-Mena. Lanadon, here we go. Championship point for Team Falcons.
Here we go indeed, as we're gonna take a look at the spells here. Nothing too crazy. It seems like both teams are not opting to go for a Purify at all. And we'll see. Look at Rice Cream is gonna get poked down just a little here. Both teams will surely pay a bit of respect here towards the front of back potential of both teams in the mid lane. Some good damage towards Rice Cream already, and he's gonna be forced to pop the early heal. And this should be a winning lane for Sanji, man. It should be super easy for you to freeze down the Lapu Lapu and get the XPs away, but Troll super aggressive early.
Yeah, Flicker for Troll revitalized for Rice Cream, so both roamers popping the spells, but that's going to be Kwanok forced to use that Flicker as well. So 2 spells already off the board. That's going to be another engage. Oh, the burst damage is definitely there, and Rice Cream will pay the price. First blood for Team Falcons, just 1 minute in.
Seems like Kwanok will get freezed out of his lanes. Good job coming in from Coffin, knowing that he has more advantage to work with too. And this is just abusing glue in the early game, right? Oh, might get abused this time though. Shield Unity connects.
Oh, that's a perfect crowd control there from Kwanok.
And that will be Troll without a flicker, taken down. So both roamers here went down early.
Yeah, but at least X-MENA or Team Falcons, the kill goes towards Boyet. And also they got the first blood, so it is extra gold at the end of the day for Team Falcons. So trade is still worth it for Team Falcons. So we're gonna build up towards the first objective here. Coffin is on the brink towards the level 4. We'll see if they can utilize it to perfection.
They want to engage. Oh, perfect
Whoa.
communication there. Coordination was on point for X-MENA. They were able to capitalize on that positioning, but take a look at Boyet here. Stun, heavy spin pop, throw boy! Finds a retribution there despite the heavy spin being committed.
Oh man, maybe the secret for Throwboy is to get away from the Yisun Shin, man. Good still coming in from Throwboy. And now Team or X-MENA, they are in the lead economically. Diversion towards the bottom lane. No conversion just yet.
Conversion just yet, you're right, but oh, okay. Rice Cream will take the bull crab if my eyes does not deceive me. But yeah, 3 minutes in here, just the 3 kills here between them.
Really good engage, by the way, in the top lane earlier. Just, oh, gotta wait a little.
Yeah, that's gonna be feather airstrike landing. Oh, the damage is definitely there. A kill for Boyet. That's gonna be Throwboy off the board. Heavy spin defensively, and that is going to be costly for Throwboy.
Yeah, for sure. Man, Throwboy, you made a good play there in the objective fight. You should not be doing that, man. I don't think there's an excuse that you can make when you're a Hayabusa getting locked down by a glue, because glue's not really a lockdown hero either, especially towards an assassin. You want to use the glue to punish the frontliner, but when the assassins are getting punished, you are the one that's doing your job wrong. So yeah, Throwboy has to be a bit more careful here, even though he is on a Hayabusa.
Yeah, definitely, man. Gotta be more cautious. And yeah, unfortunately, right, with that kill, it actually allows Team Falcon to be a bit more, I guess, has more ground, right? Level 7 on Boyet, Throwboy still level 6, looking for a 7 right there on the green camp, and that's gonna be the feather airstrike already committed before the turtle. Is that the right call?
It might be too early there, but Speedy, I don't think he's gonna be joining the turtle fight anytime soon because he doesn't have the item just yet, and he also burned down the flicker. Troll goes in.
Yeah, that's gonna be Rice Cream going to the front with the puissance. Uh-oh, the Ravens fighter doesn't really land. Throwboy jumps in. That's gonna be the shadow kill committed. Uh-oh, Alpha. Oh, that's gonna be Boyet though, securing the turtle with the heavy spin. It will be Kwanok pinned, and that will be a kill for Team Falcons. Now, they apply more pressure in the jungles of X-MENA. Is this the right call, or is this too greedy? That's going to be Sano jumping in. Throwboy with the shadow doesn't really land the connection that he wanted. But that will be all. Team Falcons 1K gold lead 5 minutes in.
Once again, out of all the people that gets locked down by the Akai, it is the mid laner that's supposed to be in the back line. But I guess Kwanok wants to play this a bit more aggressively. It is in line with his, very aggressive persona so far in the regular season. Once again, some of the damage dealers from X-MENA has to be a bit more careful with the setup potential from Team Falcon's composition. Dash coming in from Alpha, he wants to go for Coffin, but looks like the opportunity is not there anymore. Okay, back to the waiting game here. Thankfully, once again, Gani, just like in game number 4, Team X-MENA, they have late game insurance in the Natan and also the Luo Yi. The wave clear is gonna be very, very massive, and it's gonna be hard for Team Falcon or Team Falcons to be able to break through this one.
Yeah, you're right. Question is, are they behind a bit much here? Is this too much for Team Falcons? At this point, 6 minutes into K gold lead. Let's see. Boyet doesn't really show. That's gonna be the quad shadow. The heavy spin triggered. So that's actually a small win for X-MENA.
Yeah, Throwboy is down on the HP though, while Sanji can just heal up here. So Falcon or Team Falcons can force this one out if they don't read the rotations here coming in from Quanok and also Alpo. Yeah, they're just gonna back off and try to set up for the turtle. But Rice Cream is already dragging the turtle down to his advantage.
Let's see, both junglers not having their... No, Throwboy has the retribution, but Boyet has to wait a bit. That's going to be Cuffin, though, receiving a lot of shadow kill in the back. That's going to be two members, though, Quanok and Rice Cream, technically isolated. Quanok pulled back and taken down. It's a 5v4, Rice Cream pulling away. That's going to be Natan now, jumping back. That's going to be Vengeance Pop, but he will fall. The turtle falls for the Panda. That's Boyet securing the second one in this game. Boyet jumps in. The Bakchef goes down. Throwboy has two more shadows. Will find the back one. Pin doesn't really land, but that's the damage will be delivered. And Throwboy will be eliminated. Again.
Scattered Bearers fighter towards the front.
Oh man, put them out here. Alpha trying to buy time perhaps. Purple buff will be taken by Boyet, but he will fall. The only compensation from that interaction here was a Boyet kill. It's a shutdown as well. So technically it's quite worth it for X-Men in the mid lane. That's going to be the feathered airstrike popping. Bravest fighter just to clear as well. And that will be all. Bottom side looking quite juicy here. It seems like that structure will be the first one to fall in this game.
You're right, actually. Even though despite the early game lead coming from Team Falcons, no structure has fallen down just yet in the span of 8 minutes. I expect like one or two outside turret for X-MENA is already fallen down by now with the amount of lead that they've amassed so far. But no, Team X-MENA, they might have a lot of fighting potential here. Diversion just to rotate around and clear the waves here from X-MENA, as they might want to set up for a trap here. Troll, concealed play. This might be a sandwich.
Yeah, Speedy. Quick to disengage. Troll now mounting one in the back. That's going to be Boyet looking for a kill onto Speedy. Quanok in the front will not be able to hold on. That's the Baksha pulled away from the team, and that down goes Rice Cream. Again, this duet of mid-roam always dies at the same time. 3 times now already for them.
Yeah, I am not liking the way they use the diversion, man. Sure, if you want to clear the lane and just give them a bit more rotating power, just do it. Just don't overextend, man. They know where you are already. It should be clear as day. It's not gonna kill them. There you go. Looks like Alpha is going to the front with Bravest Fighter.
It's gonna be, yeah, it's gonna be Rice Cream now jumping back. That's gonna be the Lord already for Team Falcons, mind you. And they will disengage. Boyet finds the pin. Quanok finds the flicker. He's able to get back to safety. Sanji, very low, but is able to get away this time. And again, just Team Falcons just building more lead here. But this first Lord, I don't think they will gain anything from it. Because, yeah, it's just the first Lord and X-Men. Technically, they are above health-wise in that position. So, yeah, I think they will lose the structure in the bottom side, but that's about it, right? Yeah, they will lose out on the structure outside there in the bottom side, but that's just a structure. For now, that's going to be the engage, though. Quanok again in the wrong position. Troll able to exploit that one. Again, a 5v4. The mid lane looking juicy here for the side of Team Falcons. Axe will find a clear. That's a pin. That's a heavy one. That's going to be Troll, though, receiving a lot of damage. Speedy finding the kill. Finally, some kill for Speedy, even though they lose Quanok earlier on.
Yeah, thankfully Speedy hasn't died just yet, so that's the light at the end of the tunnel for X-MENA here. That late game insurance will be paying dividends quite soon, as he's gonna stack up the items, right? But Team Falcons, that was overall a positive trade here. They got a few structures down below. It's not really in line in what they're trying to do in the next objective game with the Lord in bottom side, but still a lot of value. Puffin wants to chase.
Ooh, the lethal ignition is enough. The lethal ignition is enough to take him down. Throwboy now
off the board. A 5v4, the mid now surely falling, but perhaps they have other things in mind. Quanok down, they want bodies. Alpha figuring out. Sano will land the shots, but not enough to take more members down this time. They got the clear though, at least.
The mid-roam duo of X-Men is not really doing a great job, but the mid-roam duo from Falcon Esports, man. Puffin be puffin and trollin be trollin. It's an honest approach for this glue. It is super cheesy. Kind of in line in what skin is using right now. That's not a birthday cake. That's a cheesecake for a troll.
Wow.
It is just so abusable, man. Once you're just out of position just a little bit, which Quanok so far has done so many times in the series, it really falls in line with what Troll is trying to do here. You know, it's easy picking every time Troll is in range on the backliners of X-MENA. All he has to do now is to punish the main man, which is Speedy. Already has the penetration too.
Now, it seems like they want to contest this load. I don't think it's wise. Looking at the gold gap right now. Struggling to find an angle. Throwboy, though, is in the mid bush. Alpha pops the bravest fighter. That's a big ultimate span. Oh, that's a pin! Good night, Throwboy! As now it's a 5v4. Take a look at the fight now. Sano free hitting. Rice Cream taking a lot of damage. Will be taken down by Sano. Now in the front, Sanji looks for an opening, but will disengage as they will shift their focus on towards the Lord. And they will get it surely. Oh my goodness, Speedy! What the heck are you doing? That's gonna be Speedy. Again, just taken down. Alpha as well. Quanok now, no flickers. Oh, will be taken down. And ladies and gentlemen, for I believe the 4th time this series, this will be a wipeout for Team Falcons.
I'm sorry, that was too naive coming in from Speedy. Like, I don't see the game plan. Now Throwboy has to use the ultimate to clear the way if he gets it. Or no, actually.
No, not even. Now, they want to end. I don't think this is the time. They will get most of the clear here in the mid and in the bottom side. So, again, Team Falcons here. Pushing and pushing. They know the championship is in their sights.
Oh my goodness, this might be the minutes. 2 minutes away from being crowned the MPL MENA Season 8 champions and securing a spot in the grandiose stage of M Series World Championship in Jakarta, Indonesia. Team Falcons, they set their eyes to the base, to the crystal of X-MENA. It is just a time winding down for them. Should be endable right here, right now.
The gold lead, definitely. No shadow kill, no Ravens Spider. That's a 2-man pin by Bullet. Now Throwboy off the board. Take a look at the back. Speedy struggling to provide the damage. And ladies and gentlemen, you see 3 bodies of X-Men off the board. The Finn will be the only casualty, but Rice Cream and Speedy will be taken down. They will have the wipeout, ladies and gentlemen. They failed last season, but they find their revenge this time round. And Team Falcons, welcome to M7.
Team Falcons, congratulations with a victory. Finally getting the revenge, getting the release that they need. And right now they can celebrate all they want because MENA is theirs. And once again, congratulations on securing a ticket to Jakarta. What a way to end the series, and what a way to recover from what was a 1-0 X-MENA lead. They hit the reset button right away, Gani, and it was immediate. They dominate in a convincing fashion.
They rewrite history again. Last season, they were able to find a win. They failed to get to MSC. But this time round, no one is stopping them to getting that ticket to M7. Undefeated in the MENA region in the grand finals, they only lost a game. But at the end of the day, they take the series 4-1, and they deserve to be the champions of MENA Season 8.
Falcons flying sky high. in the air, and nothing can stop them anymore. They are cruising through their competition. Spotless. Not a single loss they've suffered this season. Amazing way to bounce back. What happened in season 7? They failed. They underestimated their grand finals matchup in Ultra Legends, and now they make a legend of themselves. The only MENA team to go undefeated in their run on their way to secure a championship. And Chapter 8 is theirs. But there's a lot more stories to be written in the Book of Falcons.
Definitely. And on the other side, X-Men, their journey will not end here. Their journey will continue in the wild cards. Where they will fight other teams, other competitors, in hopes to get a slot to M7. But Team Falcons, you mentioned it, they soar again in Season 8. And congratulations, Team Falcons MENA.
Stefan and Donnie will sign out for this grand finals. It's an honor to be casting this match on behalf of the broadcast, and also the casters, and all the people that work behind this broadcast. We thank you for your participation, for viewing this broadcast, and also stay tuned to more MLBB matches forward.
تحية كبيرة جدا من ظهور السعودية أبطال الموسم الثامن ممثلينا في بطولة الام 7 العالمية فريق فالكنز. نرفع الكاس يلا،
اللحظة اللي مستنيينها كلنا،
اللحظة اللي كلنا مستنيينها.
جاهزين؟ جاهزين؟ الجمهور جاهزين؟ جاهزين؟
5 4 3 2 1. ودلوقتي هيتفضل أجواء حافلة. دلوقتي دعونا نرحب ونستقبل على خشبة المسرح قبل ما نرحب ونستقبل خلينا نعلن عن MVP فريق فالكنز اللاعب كوفن.
طبعا الف مبروك يا كوفن على البطوله الاول، والف مبروك على MVP والاداء اللي انتوا قدمتوه النهارده. حابب قبل ما نعمل اي حاجه تقول ايه عن ادائك اللي قدمته النهارده وفريقك اللي قدمه النهارده؟
صراحه يعني يعطيكم العافيه على التشجيع ويعطيكم العافيه على كل شيء. شكرا. حلقي مره ضايع فيها.
وخلاص. طيب ممكن اجي الانترفيو بعد الميدلز؟
طبعا الانترفيو هنروح له خلال ثواني، ولكن قبل ما نروح الانترفيو خلينا نرحب بالسيد راي اونغ هيد اوف اي سبورتس ايكو سيستم لشركه مونتون، الشركه المالكه للعبه موبايل ليجندز بانج بانج. Welcome on stage.
خلينا نشيك. ثواني. طبعا جايزة المركز الأول $30,000 تيم فالكون، وجايزة الام في بي شيك الام في بي جوفن. ألف مبروك، $1,000 جايزة الام في بي للفاينل الموسم الثامن. الضحكة يا جو، الضحكة يا جو.
We'd like to thank طيب حابين نشكر طبعا السيد ري أونغ Head of Esports Ecosystem لشركة مونتوم. خلينا نرحب بيه مرة تانية. Thank you for joining us and sharing this moment with Team Falcons.
خلونا ننتقل لفيديو كانت رسالة من تيم فالكون لنفسهم في المستقبل علشان يعرضون نفسهم النهارده. خلينا نشوف الفيديو مع بعض ونسمع الرسالة اللي قدموها لنفسهم.
لو كسبنا بكره ان شاء الله هنحمد ربنا. احنا دايما بنحمد ربنا، وان شاء الله نشكر كل جمهورنا واهالينا اللي سافروا وجولنا، وان شاء الله البطوله دي بتاعتنا. الرساله اللي احب اقولها لينا ان احنا اتعلمنا من كل حاجه حصلت، وان شاء الله بكره هيبقى ماتش ملحمي لينا باذن الله. الماتش ده مش هيبقى زي اللي قبله باذن الله خالص. مكسبنا للبطوله دي ان شاء الله بيعني ان احنا هننتقم من اللي حصل السيزون اللي فات، ان احنا خسرنا في النهائي، وان شاء الله نعوض السيزون ده.
راح نعوض خسارتنا السيزون الاخير، راح ننتقم ناكس ان شاء الله.
الانتقام.
طبعا رسالة قدموها لنفسهم قبل المباراة او قبليها بيوم، وكانوا واثقين ان هم هيشوفوا نفسهم في الفيديو ده على الستيج وهم كسبانين البطولة. خلينا بقى نتجه للفقرة الانترفيوز. طبعا لا 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 لا، كل الجمهور محتاج يسمعكم، كل الجمهور محتاج يسمعكم. طرزان بقى معانا النهارده، طرزان معانا وكاكاشي، هنسمع كلام كتير منهم احنا حابين نسمعه. حابب الاول اسمع منك رساله للناس كلها اللي شجعتك او الجمهور بتاعكم، واللي حصل في الموسم، واللي انتوا فكرتوا فيه ان انتوا تعملوا فيه الموسم ده عشان تفوزوا بالبطوله.
يعني اول شيء احب اشكر الجميع اللي متواجدين هنا، سواء كنتم مشجعين اكس سواء كنتم مشجعين فالكون. اشكركم جميعا، خليتوا الجو حلو، الجو تنافسي والقيام حلوه بوجودكم الحمد لله. بالنسبه لجماهير فالكون شكرا لدعمكم المتواجد دائما، سواء كنتم موجودين هنا سواء كنتم في التواصل الاجتماعي، دائما بنشوفكم وهذا بيأثر معنا، والحمد لله شدينا حيلنا واخذنا البطوله.
طبعا خلينا نسأل كاكاشي، طبعا يعني احساسك في الفاينل اللي فات واحساسك في الفاينل ده، عايز اعرف الفرق ما بين الاثنين.
هو الفرق بين الاثنين طبعا ان ده كسبنا فيه، واعتقد كان صعب ان احنا نخسر تاني، يعني الحمد لله فاجتهدنا اللهم لك الحمد يعني كسبنا. ايه
قول لي
ايه قول لي انت
قول لي حابب تشوف ايه من الجمهور بتاعك ان شاء الله طبعا في بطولة العالم، في التشجيع اللي انت حابب تكون موجود؟
بقول لهم شجعونا، الحمد لله كان لنا جمهور في مصر الحمد لله كبير، وشجعونا في اندونيسيا باذن الله.
مش حابب توجه اي رسالة لاي حد لاي فريق؟
انا تمام. انا طبعا حابب اقول للاكس هارد لك عشان قدموا اداء رائع يعني، والرجاله اصحابنا وحبايبنا يعني.
شكرا ليك يا كاكاشي. لا خليكوا واقفين. خلونا نستدعي فريق الاكس منا ينورنا على الستيج. فريق الاكس سبيدي الفو
خلينا نرحب بوصيف فريق فالكنز، فريق اكس منا. كفو وفو. وبالتالي فريق اكس منا وفريق فالكنز الاثنين هيمثلونا في بطولة العالم الام 7 تشامبيون شيبس للعبة موبايل ليجندز بانج بانج. تحية كبيرة جدا لفالكنز، لاكس منا، لأدائهم الجبار.
طبعا الفريقين هيمثلونا في بطولة العالم الام 7 ويقدموا لنا اداء اروع زي ما متعونا النهارده. شكرا ليكم فريق اكس منا، شكرا ليكم فريق فالكون، قدمتوا لنا اداء ولا اروع، قدمتوا لنا نهائي كلنا كنا مستنيينه، كلنا اتمتعنا بيه، ونشوفكم ان شاء الله في بطولة العالم الام 7.
قبل ما نختم معلش اللحظة دي لازم توثق، أنا آسفة. اوكي we're gonna take a selfie مع كل الجماهير يا شباب. اوكي on my mark هناخد سيلفي مع الجمهور كله. اوكي ماشي، مين أطول واحد؟ هناخد سيلفي.
احنا طبعا مش هننسى نص.
Congratulations, big round of applause for the champions of MPL MENA Season 8 Team Falcons. The redemption arc is happening. Already happened against X-MENA this time. The game plan that they've hold ever since the season begun really paying off, Gani.
A very splendid way to end the grand finals as way their journey in season 8 at least, right? A 4-1 victory, dominating, and more time to prep, you know, for M7, one of the first teams to get that slot. So they got a lot of work to do if they want to create a mark for MENA, you know, for Team Falcons in M7. But yeah, well deserved. And I gotta say, you know, after that first game, the reset we were questioning answered completely. Game 2 win, game 3 win, game 4 win, and a game 5 win. That was their response from Team Falcons. So yeah, losing game 1 ain't a problem but a thing.
Yeah, I feel like if you ask them like how was the draft in game number 1, they would probably concede that it was not really the best draft, and you know, the execution was somehow far even worse.
Yeah.
But yeah, amazing way to bounce back for not just for the series, just the whole season completely, man. They lay down, they lay low, they set their eyes to the side of being the champion, and this is the result, man. They didn't really do anything crazy. They just stay disciplined and not really throwing spice here and there, because now they respect the opponent. They've that proven themselves that they were grand finals worthy. This time around, they beat them down 4-1 in the grand finals. And you told me off stream, Connie, that you expected this result, that is 4-1.
Yeah, I mean, we got it, right? We got it. And also, congratulations to Cuffin, right? Winning the FMVP. So, yeah, that's another 13 big bands coming your way, Mr. Cuffin.
Oh, man. That's a lot of Mobile Legends skins. But yeah, Chef and Gani here. We're gonna sign out on behalf of the broadcast. We thank you for participating in this competition or this event. Without you guys, this wouldn't have happened. But yeah, see you again in another tournament, in another Mobile Legends competition.
Mobile Legends.
We'll be back.
Bang.
Bang bang.